But they are incredible things. You tickle them in the right place, they just like fall over and they go, yeah. No. If you watch that thing, I did watch it. It's lovely.
I do not think so.
No, that's Alexander's doing the. Alexander's one of the first one of my son's doing it. But they did show a couple of polar bears. And I did say, well, one day I said, I just might die. I just might die because I tried to hug a bear. So be it, because I love it. Got a big old grizzly, I'll give him a hug, that'll be the end of me.
Right? No, keep them open. Right, you ready?
That's good. Well done. Good. How are you feeling?
I'll tell you now in a second. Evolution of spirituality from ancient rituals to modern awakening.
Wonderful. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Not directing the voice loudly in any certain direction, but yes, I am.
You're perfectly okay. Let them eat cake.
So the whole idea with these rallies is to share the information, the knowledge from all these wonderful demonstrators that we have here. So as always, ladies first.
Absolutely.
Lovely Susan.
Thank you.
And Susan's talk is the evolution of spirituality from ancient rituals to modern awakening. So there will be the presentation by Susan,
Yes.
followed by questions and answers. And before we go there, no, we don't communicate with dinosaurs, all right? So I don't want to hear that question again. Thank you. So...
I don't know. Might have been involved in one of the ancient rituals. You wouldn't know.
Oh, you sort it out then. There you go.
Okay.
Susan, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. And so, you know, I believe the last time I was here, I spoke about where is spiritualism going? What's going to happen? Oh my God, what about the children? All of that kind of thing. So I decided, when I thought about it, I said, well, where did we come from? Never mind where we're going. If we actually really begin to understand where we have come from and who we truly are, it might assist us to have an easier route to this future that we all talk about. So I decided to, I had some dusty ideas in the back of my mind anyway, but I did, like any good researcher, I rolled up my sleeves and went on Google, as you do, and I picked up information. So I really feel, and I hope you enjoy that, I'm going to bring you on a fascinating journey. Now, I'm not a theologian, I'm not a historian, so I'm not going to go in depth into anything particularly. And don't worry, because I'm not either going to be bringing in dry history lectures and things like that, because you know it's not nap time, if that's okay. So I decided to have a look at the ancient civilizations who laid, I believe, the spiritual groundwork, the framework that still echoes into today, into our beliefs. And these practices have morphed and merged and evolved into the modern spiritual scene. It's wonderfully weird, eclectic, and it's a very wild landscape at times. But it is where ancient wisdom meets yoga mats and moon rituals and the occasional crystal collection. So it's nice how it's morphed in that way. So from the flickering torchlight of the Paleolithic caves to the calming blue glow on our meditation apps, on our smartphones, humans have been on a quest to connect with something bigger, and something bigger than ourselves. It's something mysterious, a bit magical maybe, and deeply meaningful. And on this journey we'll dive into the heart of ancient civilizations, and these were places where gods just didn't live in the clouds. They popped by for lunch. You know, it was part of their being. And back then, the stars weren't just pretty, they were celestial GPS systems, helping decide everything from harvests and to who should or shouldn't marry. Thunderstorms were divine opinion pieces, and earthquakes were God's thoughts. And along this way, I'll share how early spiritual practices gradually leveled up, from simple spiritual rituals around firelight to complex systems of beliefs passed down like sacred family recipes. Knowledge moved from the wise masters to the eager initiates, often in whispers, and symbols, or maybe just cryptic vibes. And even now, in our world of Wi-Fi and wellness trends, these ancient echoes are still with us. You'll spot them in the rise of mindfulness, the search of purpose, or that metaphysical itch we all have that we just can't quite scratch. And through it all, I hope to trace a single golden thread, which is, of course, humanity's age-old longing to find its place in the vast, mysterious, and somewhat confusing universe. So I look to primitive beginnings, long before the first temples were built, before doctrines were drafted or scriptures rolled out like spiritual bestsellers. Early humans lived in close, awe-filled connection with the natural world. Their sacred texts weren't carved in stone. They were written in the stars. They were the rustlings of the trees, the migration of animals, and the changing colours of the sky. Nature wasn't just scenery, it was a teacher, a guide, and in many ways the divine presence. And the rising of the setting sun wasn't, well, it was, but it wasn't just a daily event. It was a cosmic performance. The changing of the seasons were not just a reason to swap around your wardrobe, but it was a profound shift that told stories of birth, of death, and of rebirth. Every lightning storm and eclipse or strange noise in the dark wasn't weather or wildlife. It was a message from something bigger, something mysterious. And spirituality back then wasn't about following rules or mesmerizing prayers. It was a deeply personal and communal attempt to make sense of the great unknown. The big existential questions of the day might have been, why did the crops thrive one year and then suddenly decide to go on strike the next? And where do people go when they disappear from the land of the living? Do they just vanish? And then there's the moon, how it disappears periodically. An elusive moment that challenged a sense of certainty. And even the most steadfast lights in the night sky can fade from view, reminding us that mystery is woven into the fabric of the universe. And for those living in earlier times, these weren't just poetic musings. They were urgent, burning questions. And in a world without textbooks and Google searches, answers had to be sought through experience, belief, and wisdom. They also relied on their traditions, which were handed down. So instead, early humans turned to their senses, watching, listening, and reflecting on the mysteries around them. They didn't just seek answers. They approached these questions with a mix of reverence, awe, and plenty of imagination, as we can imagine. And after all, when you're scratching your head over the moon's sudden absence and why your crops are acting up like moody teenagers, a little imagination might go a long way to assist. And in many ways, these primal spiritual beliefs were humanity's first user manual for existence, part survival strategy and part cosmic poetry. And while they might not have had organized religion, they definitely had organized wonder. A shared sense of that life was infused with mystery. That word again, mystery. Everything is so mysterious. And that the earth itself was alive with meaning. Among humanity's oldest and most enduring spiritual paths, which is rooted in rhythm and the rich with ancestral wisdom, are shamanic traditions. These vivid, heartbeat-driven practices interwoven with the indigenous cultures worldwide. And long before organised religions set up shop with official titles and theological debates, shamans were already at work, tuning into the unseen like cosmic radio operators, albeit with feathered headgear and serious responsibilities. These shamans weren't just your average folk. They were healers, seers, storytellers, and spiritual troubleshooters rolled into one. Revered and sometimes slightly feared, they served as intermediaries between the physical world and the vast, mysterious realm of the spirit. And when the usual explanations fell short, as strange sicknesses or surreal dreams or crops going rogue, it might be nature's not so subtle hint that it's time to bring in the shaman. And through methods that may seem a little wild to the modern eyes, trance states, rhythmic drumming, hypnotic chanting, dances that would shake the soul loose, shamans journeyed beyond the visible world. They connected with ancestors, animal spirits, elemental forces, and otherworldly guides in search of healing, insight, and balance. And no, they didn't need Wi-Fi for those downloads. But what they did use was a deep connection to the rhythms of nature and the pulse of the universe. But here's the thing. For these cultures, the spiritual wasn't just a once-a-week lofty experience that was confined to temples or special holidays. It was life itself. The spiritual realm wasn't off in the clouds. It was in the forest. It was in the fire and the wind, and even in the stew that's bubbling on that fire. Everything was sacred. The boundary between worlds was paper thin. And in this holistic, woven into everything view of existence reminds us that spirituality didn't begin as a doctrine. It began as a dance with mystery, a dance with meaning, and with the aching beauty of being alive in a world that was both magical and real. And then I moved forward then to spirituality in ancient civilizations such as Mesopotamia and Egypt. And as humanity put down roots and shifted from the roaming wilds to building cities, figuring out farming, the plumbing, and of course the joys of tax collection, spirituality also went under a glow-up. No longer were fireside stories or shamanic journeys under the stars. Spiritual life became more structured, more elaborate, and perhaps a bit more bureaucratic. In the lush, fertile cradles of civilization in the river valleys of Mesopotamia and the banks of the mighty Nile, grand religious systems began to take shape. They weren't just belief systems, they were entire cosmic blueprints, complete with gods, rules, rituals, and a spiritual customer service department manned by priests. To the Egyptians, spirituality wasn't an add-on, it was the foundation of everything. Spiritual principles influenced politics, daily chores, funeral, and even fashion choices. The divine wasn't just out there, it was deeply embedded in the here and now. Gods like Isis and Ra weren't distant abstractions, they were present, powerful forces shaping the cycles of nature, the fate of the pharaohs, and the journey of every soul after death. At the heart of Egyptian spiritual life was Mahat, which is the principle of harmony, justice, and cosmic order. And keeping Mahat intact wasn't optional, it required precision. Rituals had to be performed just right. Temples had to be maintained, and the deceased needed to be properly mummified and equipped with all the essentials for their long trek through the other world. And meanwhile, over in Mesopotamia, let's not forget that we were going there too, the land between the river Tigris and Euphrates. I think it's in around Turkey and those places. That's where I believe that is. And it's the region that's known for being the cradle of civilization, where first cities, first writing systems, and advanced technologies, they emerged from that area, and spiritual life became very rich, although perhaps a bit more anxiety-inducing. And the gods there were very mighty and very moody, and humans were constantly, it seemed, trying to stay on their good side. Offerings, prayers, and sacred laws helped to keep the divine-human relationship running smoothly, like an ancient version of cosmic diplomacy, I would think. But don't be fooled. It wasn't just about keeping the gods happy. Mesopotamian spirituality gave people a powerful framework for making sense of life's big questions. Why am I here? What does the future hold? And how do I stay in balance with the forces of the universe? So it wasn't all incense burning and idol polishing. There was a deep philosophical inquiry wrapped into these rituals. Both civilizations show us that as societies became more complex, so too did their spiritual practices. But the heart of it remained, a desire to understand the mysteries of life, to find meaning, and to stay in sync with something greater than ourselves, even if it meant mesmerizing 100 sacred hymns or participating in an 8-hour ceremony in the desert heat. Can you imagine what that was like? No showers. Mm-hmm. So as civilizations matured and people became less preoccupied with immediate survival, there was more time for soul searching, more time for spirituality, and it began to turn inward. And the focus shift from appeasing storm gods and ensuring a good harvest to something more personal, the transformation of the self. And it wasn't just about honoring the divine, it was about becoming something deeper and wiser and more awake. So enter the Greco-Roman world, where alongside toga parties and philosophical debates, there emerged a mysterious, enchanting undercurrent of spiritual experimentation, the mystery cults. Now, these weren't your average Sunday services. These were secretive, elite, and often dramatic spiritual communities that promised not just knowledge, but revelation. The Eleusinian mysteries of ancient Greece centered around the myth of Demeter and Persephone. I knew I'd get that wrong. Persephone, were far more than mythic retellings. They involved secret rites, initiations, and ritual reenactments that symbolized death and rebirth. Participants weren't just hearing a story. They were living a transformative experience that promised profound insight into the nature of life and death and the possibility of what lies beyond. But no spoilers allowed. Initiates were bound by oaths that when they became so strict that to break them came with often catastrophic and dire consequences that really we wouldn't want to test out. And these cults weren't just about mesmerizing doctrine or following strict moral codes. Instead, they offered raw, mystical encounters, experiences that shake your sense of self, challenge your assumptions, and invite deep reflection on the nature of reality. Initiation rituals were often intense, symbolic journeys meant to dissolve the ego and open the door to higher truths. It was less how to behave and more who are you really. So symbols, myths, and stories weren't just for decoration. They were spiritual tools. Think of them as encrypted messages from the universe, waiting to be unlocked by those willing to look below the surface. And when they were, initiates often walked away transformed, not just informed, but transformed and awakened. And these mystery traditions didn't just vanish with the fall of Greece and Rome. They planted seeds. Their inward turning focus inspired a lineage of mystical traditions that would blossom across time and geography. For example, Gnosticism sought to escape the flawed material world and return to their divine origins, with its emphasis on hidden knowledge and the divine spark within. And then there's Hermeticism, which views the universe as a unified whole, where the divine is both internal and beyond the physical world. The inner and outer worlds are interconnected with its transmutative worldview, and believe that as above, so below. And then later Sufism in the Islamic world, and Kabbalah in the Jewish mysticism, both of which speak of the soul's journey back to union with the divine. Across these systems, one common thread gleams. The divine isn't just up there in the sky or out there in a temple. It is within us. Spirituality became less about controlling the external world and more about transforming the inner one. And so now we're jumping ahead to the 19th century, which rolled in with the clatter of factory wheels, steam engines, and the proud hum of scientific discovery. The world seemed to be getting louder, faster, and more logical. Faith, once rooted in century-old traditions, found itself a little rattled by the new age, the age of reason. And that was about shifting from faith and tradition to logic and evidence, laying the groundwork for modern science, politics, and secular thinking. And it must have been tough to keep your mind on celestial beings and mystical pursuits when everybody was getting obsessed with electricity and telegrams. But just as humanity leaned hard into industry and the I believe it when I see it culture, a counter-culture stirred, one that whispered of unseen realms, ghostly visitors, and truths that scientists couldn't quite measure in a laboratory. And thus, modern spiritualism was born. A movement that suggested the afterlife was not some far-off, foggy destination, but just a thin veil away, and that veil could be lifted with just the right medium, the right mood, and perhaps a few mysterious knocks on the wall. And at the heart of this movement were the Fox sisters from upstate New York, who in 1848 claimed they could communicate with spirits through strange rappings. Whether you call it a hoax or a miracle or an excellent piece of spooky theatre, the story went viral in a pre-Instagram sense, and it launched an entire cultural phenomenon. Yeah. Told you I had that word in there somewhere. Suddenly, seances became all the rage. Parlours across America and Europe were filled with candles, planchettes, and hopeful people trying to reach Aunt Mildred or ask Grandpa where he buried the family silver. But this wasn't just ghost stories and creaky floorboards. Spiritualism offered genuine comfort during a time of intense social upheaval. The 19th century was no gentle stroll. It was an era of war, disease, and high mortality rates. And in a world where loved ones often vanished without warning, the idea that death wasn't a full stop, but a comma in the sentence of existence. And this brought solace and sometimes closure. But more radically, spiritualism also challenged traditional religion by saying, Maybe you don't need a church or clergy to connect with the divine. You didn't have to be a saint or a scholar, just spiritually curious and possibly in possession of a good table for rapping. And what's more, the movement opened doors, especially for women. And at a time when the pulpits were still mostly off limits and politics even more so, women emerged as powerful mediums and spiritual leaders. And in many ways, the seance circle became a subtle, and I would know that sometimes not so subtle, form of social rebellion. Many spiritualist women were also involved in progressive causes like women's suffrage and, give me a moment with this word, to say it for me. Abolitionism, which was a movement advocating for the immediate and complete end of slavery and the emancipation of enslaved people. And one prominent woman who embodied this connection between spiritualism and progressive causes was Sojourner Truth. Well, firstly, I think that's an amazing name. When I came across it, I just thought, how wonderful is that? She was an African-American abolitionist and women's rights advocate who also had deep spiritualist beliefs. Sojourner often spoke about receiving divine inspiration and believed her mission was guided by God. And her famous Ain't I a Woman speech linked gender and racial equality. And she used both her spirituality and her oratory skills to fight for emancipation and suffrage. Spiritualism became not just a mystical calling, but a platform for public influence. So while the 19th century may have been the era of steam and steel, it was also a time when people looked beyond the material, beyond the rational, and into the flickering unknown, hoping to hear a voice or to catch a message or simply know that we are never alone. As the 20th century unfolded with its world wars and moon landings and rock concerts and cultural revolutions, spirituality didn't just survive the whirlwind, it reinvented itself, and not just once, but over and over again. It became eclectic, experimental, and at times delightfully eccentric. That's where I fit in. Welcome to the world of New Age spirituality, where incense meets psychology, where astrology chats with neuroscience, and you can align your chakras while doing breath work in a geodesic dome. The New Age movement, which began to take root in the mid-20th century and blossomed in full psychedelic colour in the 1960s and 70s, was a kind of spiritual mixtape. It pulled from everywhere. Eastern philosophy, Western mysticism, ancient esoteric traditions, modern psychology, and even the occasional alien transmission. It was less about following a singular path and more about building your own custom journey with a bit of yoga here and a dash of fortune telling there and maybe some chanting under a full moon for good measure. A huge part of this spiritual expansion was the growing influence of Eastern traditions on Western culture. And we see there the Buddhism's deep insights into the mind and the Taoism poetic wisdom about flowing with the universe rather than pushing it. And these weren't just philosophical imports, they were revelations for many. And for many in the post-war West, especially during the counter-cultural wave of the 60s and 70s, Eastern spirituality offered an antidote to materialism, conformity, and existential despair. Spiritual teachers like Sri Ramakrishna, can I just get a drop of water here actually? Sorry, I have a tickle in my throat. Sri Ramakrishna, and his profound spiritual wisdom, Thich Nhat Hanh and his gentle Zen teachings on mindfulness, and Ram Dass, whose journey from psychedelics to spirituality inspired countless people to be here and now. We're here and now culture. Excuse me. So concepts like karma and reincarnation and meditative awareness entered everyday conversation alongside horoscopes and dreams of spiritual retreats in Bali. And meanwhile, a range of alternative practices began to emerge and steadily gain acceptance within mainstream society. Crystal healing, chakra balancing, Reiki, past life regression, and tarot weren't just fringe curiosities anymore. They became part of a spiritual vocabulary for people seeking meaning outside of traditional religion. And so whether you're aligning your aura or trying to figure out if you were once an Atlantean priestess in a past life, the vibe was about exploring, experimenting, but still getting really personal. And then came the psychologists. They joined in the spiritual conversation with their own mystical twist, and Carl Jung, for instance, gave us archetypes, the collective conscious and the collective unconscious, and the idea that dreams might just be cosmic emails from your soul. And later, thinkers in transpersonal psychology bridged the gap between inner healing and spiritual awakening, suggesting that therapy could be more than just unpacking your childhood. It could be the path to enlightenment. And at its core, this new wave of spirituality wasn't about rigid belief systems. It was about direct experience, inner transformation, and the growing realization that spirituality and psychology were not enemies, they were dance partners. The divine wasn't just out there in the heavens, it was here, waiting to be discovered within the stillness of meditation, or in the pages of a Jungian journal, or sometimes the quiet shimmer of a crystal in your palm. And so the New Age may have had its cliches, but it also cracked open a space for countless people to rediscover their own inner spark and realize that spiritual path could be as unique as the soul walking it. And as the new millennium dawned, so did a new spiritual landscape. One shaped not by temples or dusty scrolls, but by Wi-Fi, wellness culture, and the endless scroll of social media. The 21st century spirituality didn't disappear. It just slipped on yoga pants, downloaded a meditation app, and started tweeting about shadow work. This era has seen a remarkable shift. Organized religion continues to decline in many parts of the world, particularly in the West, but spiritual seeking is still going strong. We are in the age of spiritual but not religious, and where people design their own blend of beliefs and practices from various traditions which best fits their personal journey. One person's spiritual path might be breathwork or full moon rituals, plant medicine, which is a big one, soul journeys, and a Monday morning podcast on neuroscience. And others might be around silent meditation, retreats, daily prayer, studying ancient scriptures, or practicing acts of service and compassion within their community. Excuse me. I picked up a wee cough somewhere. However, at the heart of this evolution is the mainstreaming of mindfulness and meditation, propelled largely by the global interest in Buddhism and Eastern contemplative practices. What was once the domain of monks and mystics is now accessible via sleek apps, bringing ancient techniques to anyone with a smartphone and a few minutes to spare. Corporations have even adopted mindfulness because apparently inner peace boosts productivity. And therapists now regularly prescribe meditation for everything from anxiety to burnout. And the wellness industry has become a spiritual juggernaut of its own, with retreats and crystals, essential oils, manifestation journals, cacao ceremonies, and all those energy healing modalities that are there aglow. Spirituality today often walks hand in hand with personal health, self-care, and Instagram aesthetics. While critics sometimes call this a commercialization or even a commodification of the sacred, many find genuine transformation in these spaces, and the emphasis has shifted from salvation to self-realization, from dogma to embodied experience. Technology, once seen as the great spiritual detractor, is now a central part of the modern mystics toolkit. We stream spiritual services, as we do, live stream sound baths, share astrology memes, and consult AI for our tarot readings. The internet has created global spiritual communities that go beyond geography and tradition. You can chant with a teacher in India from your kitchen and pool. You can learn about Norse runes, Buddhist koans, and quantum healing on the same YouTube blast. The boundaries between science and spirit, ancient and new, sacred and secular, are constantly being blurred, and sometimes beautifully so. So also gaining prominence is a renewed interest in ancestral traditions, indigenous wisdom, and non-structured spirituality. Many seekers are moving away from the one-size-fits-all model, returning to their roots, or respectfully learning from others to build a more grounded, ethical, and inclusive spiritual practice. And perhaps what defines 21st century spirituality is its diversity and personal agency. There's no single path, no ultimate authority, and no universal dogma. And despite its many forms, this modern movement is bound by a timeless drive, the yearning for meaning and connection in a world that's in constant flux. And in the midst of our hyper-digital lives, many of us are still searching for what our ancestors once sought for, under the stars and in their temples, through trance or through silence, a way to feel whole. And are we looking for the reminder that we are not just emails and to-do lists, but something more radiant, something perhaps divine? And as we stand at the threshold of an increasingly complex and rapidly changing world, spirituality is posed for yet another transformation. Not in the sense of disappearing, but in adapting and evolving in ways that we might never have imagined. The quest for meaning, for connection and divine existence is far from obsolete. Rather, it is becoming more intricate, global, and personal than ever before. We see the rise of virtual temples, online rituals, and AI-guided meditations. And just as meditation apps have helped millions embrace mindfulness, now these virtual spaces like online retreats and digital healing circles allow people to connect with communities without geographical limitations. And AI, in its own fascinating way, is now guiding some in their journeys of inner discovery, offering prompts of affirmations and digital guides to spiritual growth. And while this may seem strange to some, for others it represents the future of spiritual exploration, where technology amplifies rather than diminishes the quest for the divine. And at the same time as we venture further into the 21st century, there is a growing sense of turning back to the earth, to the cycles of nature, to bring back an acknowledgement that our spiritual well-being is inextricably tied to the health of this planet. And in the face of climate crisis, many people are beginning to see that it is not just an ecological emergency. The earth, in all its beauty and fragility, is now being reclaimed as sacred. Practices like eco-spirituality are gaining prominence, inviting people to recognize that caring for their environment is not just a political or scientific issue. It is a sacred duty, a spiritual practice that connects us to the broader web of life. Indigenous wisdom, long marginalized or misunderstood, is coming back into view, reminding us of nature's sacredness. There is a growing movement of earth-based spiritual practices where rituals are rooted in the seasons, the elements, and the cycles of the moon. And for many, the path to spiritual awakening today means reconnecting with the earth as a living, breathing, sentient being, sometimes as something that nourishes, teaches, and awakens us to the rhythms of existence. While some continue to look outward for answers, many are turning inwards, exploring the mysteries of the mind, the body, and the soul, through practices that are designed to enhance self-awareness, self-regulation, and self-expression. The focus has shifted beyond external rituals to inner cultivation, with practices like breathwork, mindfulness, nervous system regulation, and somatic techniques. These are increasingly becoming more well-known and central to everyday life, and to those seeking the spiritual path. And the tools of self-awareness are being used as keys to unlock deeper and more personal experiences of the sacred. Mindfulness is no longer confined to meditation cushions. It is in our workplaces, it is on our phones. And the integration of mindfulness into daily life is helping us reconnect with the present moment, offering relief from stress and a deeper connection to the body's natural rhythms. It is a kind of spiritual self-care that emphasizes nourishing the self from inside out, something we collectively need more than ever in an age that's defined by overwhelm and overstimulation. So in this unfolding future, the old and the new are not at odds. They are in dialogue. Ancient wisdom passed down through the generations offer deep roots, grounding us in timeless practices that carry the wisdom of the ages. Modern innovation, in turn, gives us wings. These wings offer us new ways of accessing and integrating that wisdom, that generational wisdom, and we can bring it in to help us bring peace and slow down this fast-paced life. And they do together when we work it right, because it can be sometimes a bit, you really have to work at it to blend it. But when it does, it forms a very dynamic synergy. And it guides us toward a single truth or a path, but it brings a richer spiritual life to you. And it brings you into your evolution and your spirituality, and it's through personal experience. So spirituality in all its forms remains a deeply human response to the mystery of being alive, the desire to understand what it means to be here, to be awake, and to be connected. We are still seekers. We are still storytellers. We are still soul journeyers, compelled to ask the great questions. Who am I? What am I? And why am I here? And as we look to spiritualism, we are reminded that this is not a destination, but a journey, a living, breathing process that will continue to unfold, evolve, and guide us as we navigate the mysteries of existence. And as we step further into this ever accelerating future, one truth remains clear. The human spirit continues to yearn, to seek, and to question. And it is spiritualism, the uniquely human bridge between the seen and the unseen, that offers us both a compass and a comfort. Far from being a relic of the past, spiritualism stands as a living philosophy, evolving alongside us as we navigate this complex and wondrous journey of life. So from the table rapping of the 19th century to today's online healing circles and digital mediumship, spiritualism is constantly giving us a glimpse of what lies beyond the veil. It serves as a reminder that death is not a final stop, but a passage, and that life in all its expressions carries on. It offers not only a philosophy, but a practice of communion, healing, and of service. In connecting with spirit, we also learn how to connect more deeply with ourselves and one another. And perhaps most beautifully, spiritualism encourages us to embrace life not as a random occurrence, but as a purposeful unfolding, rich with opportunity for healing, learning, and love. It teaches that truth is not handed down just from the platform, but it is revealed through direct experience, inner knowing, and the quiet whispers of those who have gone before us. And in our modern search, beneath the apps and retreats and teachings, it is the same yearning that moved our ancestors to light fires under the stars and sing to the rising sun, a yearning to belong to something greater, to awaken to what has always been within us. And maybe it is time for us to reflect deeply on the fact that the roots of our spiritual journey stretch beyond time itself, intertwining through countless generations to awaken an eternal truth within us. The truth that within every person lies a spark of the divine, meant not to be just acknowledged, but ignited and set free and expressed with purpose. It's a journey and it's a process, and one that unfolds slowly through reflection, through experience, and through sincere curiosity about what it means to be alive. So as we walk this path, we are not escaping the reality of the world. We are learning to engage in a new way, with clearer eyes, an open heart, and a deeper sense of what truly matters. And we can begin to see beyond the surface. Spiritualism isn't about accumulating answers. It is about quietening the noise long enough to hear the subtle voices of the spirit world and of the soul. So let us continue this journey with curiosity, with humility and joy. For in every question whispered into the silence, for every message felt in the heart, every healing offered or received, we are not just practicing spiritualism. We are remembering the most essential truth that has echoed through time, through the temples, the forests, the deserts, into all the visions of all time, from ancient to today. We are spirit, we are eternal, and we are never, ever alone. Thank you for your time. You know, I'm laughing. I am Irish, obviously. You know that's putting two T's together. I should have changed that today. So, if there are any comments or questions, I am gratefully happy to receive them. Oh, hello.
Hiya. I'd like to just turn around and say that I'm new to trying to find my higher power. I've come here due to I went to AA, which is Alcohol Anonymous, and they do a spiritual thing to try to help you along with not going back to alcohol and doing normal mundane life. And since doing that and since coming here, I feel amazing.
Wonderful.
I feel amazing. I do. And listening to you today, just now, it's because I came here to find it. You know, I just understand everything that you're saying, especially as it comes throughout the previous years. And I totally understand it. Look at me, we have my jewels on and me, you know, and I play Buddha music, play this. I'm a mixed up spiritual person. But yeah, so thank you.
You're most welcome.
Made me realise that what I'm thinking is actually the right direction that I'm going.
Well, that's very beautiful for you.
Okay.
And I'm very pleased that you're following your own feelings. I know initially you had to have an assist to see that awakening, but you're embracing it. So
yeah, I think I always knew, but it wasn't for certain. So, and now I'm more, I lean to it. I pray every day. I'm walking that my own spiritual path to try.
Yeah, and it's a process.
I'm seeing within 3 months that my life is so much. I've got no different, nothing else material, and I don't need any material. You know, I'm coming here, I'm listening to you, and people around me are just so much nicer. I never knew that, so.
I'm just very happy for you. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, wonderful.
Has anyone got any questions at all or comments?
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Have you been to visit any of the original architectures from the ancient civilizations that we are aware of in places like Turkey and
I have seen a couple in Turkey, but they were Christian orientated, they were Catholic orientated, and if I had more money, I would. If I had more money, but I've looked at them online. But the power and the energy from places where people have prayed or a huge experience have occurred can be felt if you just give it a moment. People go, feel nothing. That's fine. That's fine. When you think back at it in your mind, it will rise. Have you?
In Cyprus, yes. Probably not quite so ancient civilizations, but there's probably layers underneath that have not been discovered yet.
Yeah.
But I always feel like when visiting those sort of places, that it feels like you're stepping into quiet, that's in the air, a quietness in the air, and time stands still. Yeah. It's as if it's not carrying on until you step out again to go about and have some lunch or something. So.
I like that. I like the sound of that experience. And I think sometimes through meditation we can actually incorporate that in time standing still, but nothing stands still. It's a process, but it's the beautiful feeling of being a part of something that's ancient and important. Yeah. That's all. Thank you.
Can I just quickly add? I always find it very interesting when people walk into old churches, cathedrals, first thing everybody does, they go quiet.
Yeah, it's a presence, isn't it?
You know, we naturally find that. We walk through those doors and we just go, oh, we recognise it.
We all good? Happy out?
Yeah.
We're ancient and modern.
That was wonderfully brought together, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, you're welcome.
So we've got 5 minutes in between, so if you need to do whatever, please do whatever.
I'd be glad to sit down.
Next up will be the,
I'm limping now because I'm standing. I forgot to.
1:30. We have lovely Jason will be working.
Did I go on a bit? Did I?
No, you're good.
Sorry.
No, it's good. Valuable.
What?
It's valuable.
Yeah.
It's really good what you were saying.
Yeah. No major controversy.
No, disappointing. I'll leave that to Stephen.
No, I need to sit for a while.
I feel like the adrenaline this morning was wiped out. Yeah, literally, I'm like, oh.
You just breathe in and
Yeah, well, luckily I've done some, but it's been very good.
No, I know.
Originally we were weeks into an introduction and then but then it came to the I was going to do that. You're doing that.
But there is good, like, I'm so going using it and on like that for my own personal development. And every time I do it, it gets more, get more comfortable and stuff.
And as I said, one of the important things to realise, and this is what it's philosophy,
Yeah, I'm good.
no one knows what you're going to say by you. So
I know, 'cause that's how I felt seeing it. I forgot to say, like, nice to see everyone here.
It smells
So many things. And yeah, like, thank you for saying this, because yeah, like,
Yeah, it smells nice.
you know, sometimes
So when I first started, it was like,
yeah.
Well, once, yeah, that's the only thing I was going to test on. I was going to say,
I
don't know.
So don't remember
When is it?
to me. I just stand there and go, okay, what do you want? Whereas when I'm thinking, remember you did this, remember you did that, remember you did this.
It's funny, yeah, because I was thinking about it the other way around. So I was like, oh, gosh, should we get the whereas, yeah, I know.
Whereas the other world have everything in hand, but I know what's going on. So I can say, this is, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Unfortunately, it's unfortunate. So obviously you've got to
Right, I'm going to have a quick spiritually, only of what we do at the weekend.
Oh, what are you doing this evening?
Yeah.
Saturday, Monday?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I
how's
did.
that?
I did. Yes, it was really good actually. It's interesting being the only man on the ship.
Were you?
With 7 ladies.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's good.
Because yeah, so I found it really good, and I found that, yeah, so the mediumship course, yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's really like reading stuff, and obviously. Yeah, we did a lot of like, just so like meditating on yourself, so just being yourself, and self-love and all that kind of stuff, just bringing that to your mediumship. And then it's quite fun actually. The first thing we did was to hear your book, it's just draw what you see, yourself as when you
well, that's it. I've got time.
when you close your eyes, what you see. Not on these pages, sort of like a swirly ball of like power and strength. Everyone's is different. One of the ladies opposite is just like really kind of like Salvador Dali, like crazy sort of thing, like so it's mentally like in a good way. Yeah, everyone's is different. So that was quite good. And then we went through like sitting in the power. So we sat in the power, and then we went through going from sitting and feeling of sitting here, and then what the feeling was, just slowly making your way up to the stage and feeling being up there, you can feel it, Jason.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Genuine.
Stop doing it. People be like,
Yeah, I talk to myself all the time.
yeah, and I'm like, just do it as a kid. Like everyone used to say that. Another message I got the other week was like, you used to talk to me all the time, you don't anymore. Because he used to talk. Because I would just be doing stuff and I'd be like, oh.
Yeah, me and my brother.
Thinking like my mind, so talking to someone at the same time, do you know what I'm saying? And the answer comes in your head. Or like, yeah, so I didn't even know I was doing that.
Yeah, you're so English.
Yeah. So he's all that kind of realization of that, which is really nice. And then we just went through, so we actually sat off with each other, we went through regular chakras, because you go up, which is quite interesting. So actually Jason did a demonstration on me, I actually felt like it was weird, I can feel
Everything happening at once.
inside of me, it's going through like, and he got obviously loads of stuff like spine, like as a child this happens here and that happens, and I wasn't going into great detail, so a lot of things I was like, that's been that, you know, it was all spot on. And he went into my like rave days, he was like, well, I better stay here because I get high. I can't remember when I looked at it. Yeah, so like, yeah, well, I grew up just in the rave scene, so like, yeah.
I'm so sad I missed that.
It was crazy.
It looked amazing. I know a few people that
Can I just
some older satisfied your
Yeah,
if you got your link, I had a boyfriend.
That's why
I wasn't even 16 when I was on a night. Yeah. So it's probably good and bad. It didn't go so well because of it mainly, but it's cool. Yeah, definitely. Being young, right?
No, that's
all good.
everything's a learning experience. That's it. Everything's continues where you need to go.
It's amazing. And then we can just
cool. Can you just
with each other, and we did the chakras. Yeah, then so what we did is we sat after we did the chakras. So I went through the chakras with, and I talked
I
about.
remember you brought him to the healing and he was all like, just like curious.
You after food, no, you made sure it's very when I'm buying up your chocolate.
There's a Gina and a Georgina and Sally.
Yeah.
So like, I was doing it and I was like, so it was quite interesting. Yes, I don't really know get that.
It's quite a relaxed
Personality as well, right?
Yeah.
You sort of like taking into account.
Yeah, I like
Reading. So, but it was nice just to sort of start to say, like, yeah, fine, I feel that you got this, and then that come on, like 20, 25.
Oh, so you're doing more like psych?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, actually, and we did psych, and then at least we sat all together and went,
Yeah.
you're not like to just pick someone.
Have a seat for a second, Jason.
Thank
just
you.
while we're all doing. Just put my notes here. Is he coming in? So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our next speaker this afternoon. Now, Jason Goldsworthy has joined us from Germany. He's a wonderful speaker, demonstrator, works with healing, works with trance. He is a CSNUT certificate holder of the Spiritualist National Union. And his talk this afternoon is all about you, your spirit, and your superpower. So if you'd like to welcome Jason. Thank you. Thank you. So it's good to be here as everyone's all settling in, and this is a bit like the life part, isn't it? It's your life. Life can be a bit busy and can be a bit complicated sometimes. But when you think about life, the moment that we were born into a journey that was going to go from beginning until the end. And on that journey, we were certainly going to learn many, many things. And as a baby, the moment that divine energy entered us, we were on this journey of life. And we learnt to physically grow, we learned to walk, we learned to talk, we learn, but in the beginning we probably didn't even know when we were a baby what we were going to actually do. That consciousness had to develop within us, that intelligence had to develop within us, where our life unfolded more and more each day. And every one of us here have had the same experience growing up. The experience of learning the word no. You're not allowed to do that. That we've had to learn what is right and what is wrong, what is good, and what is bad. And our bodies changed and we evolved over the ages of our lifetime, day by day. And our consciousness changed, our intelligence changed, everything was changing, always moving every day. We all had that within us, that movement, and we learnt to be social with our friends. We didn't listen to no. We climbed up the slide the wrong way round, and they say no, don't do it, but we did it anyway. Yes, we did, didn't we? Because even though there was always something within our spirit that wanted to be on a journey of experimentation, where we wanted to find out for ourselves, what is this life about? I've asked myself many times in my life, what is this life about? And it's taken a lot of contemplation. And I'm sure you all have as well, haven't you? These contemplation moments of what is this life about? And so, as we're on our journey of life and we're growing as a human being, going to school, learning mathematics, arithmetic, and some subjects that you probably will never ever use again, and you think, why? Why, right? Because that's what education was serving you at the time. You arrived, you were served, and you finished. But you see, our intelligence changed. And I'm sure many of you in your lifetime have been asking the question, why? Or asking the question, it can't just be arithmetic. It can't just be the stuff I'm learning at school. It can't just be the work I'm doing, earning money to pay the mortgage, to pay the car payments. There must have been a part in you that said, there's got to be more to this life than just the same old, same old. As a child, I found it very difficult because I was supposed to, back then you had to write inside of the lines and inside the box. I found that very difficult. Why inside of the box? Why not outside? I was a bit of a rebel. I thought it was why not the whole page? And in the understanding, a lot of us may have had the feeling through our schooling and growing up that we've been made smaller or different. Our ideas were, oh no, we don't do it like that, we do it like this. And so you see, in our set of education is really in many cases concentrating only on certain factors in our life, but not really opening up to the possibility of creativity and that creativity of self, you see. because you've got to fit that creativity, no matter how large it is, into a very small box. And so in our life, we've had to say yes to things and do things that we maybe didn't want to do, and we've had to go through the good times and the bad times. And the good times, we thought, yes, this is brilliant, I love my life, don't we? Let's celebrate, open a bottle of wine or maybe a box. Mentioning no names, but anyway, no, I didn't. But you see, also, the good times need to be celebrated because we've all experienced hardships within our lives. We've all experienced those moments within our lives where we said, why me? Why do I have to go through this? And why have I been having these struggles? And why does it have to happen one after the other? And why can't it be easy? And you're still asking that question to whatever divine you believe in, or the universe, or that energy above, and you say, why? And you wait for an answer. And sometimes it feels like an eternity that you're waiting for that answer. And things change in life, you change, you evolve from the difficulties. And as you evolve from these difficulties, you've learnt from them. You've learnt from the difficult times. You've also learnt from the good times, especially if they were too good and you needed a couple of headache tablets the next day. You learn to moderate. But you see, in life, we have these moments of goodness, we have these moments that are difficult, and we learn from every moment that we experience. I'm still asking, and what is that? What is that element of life? What is it all about? It was mentioned that in Susan's talk that we were a drop in the ocean, and I believe the ocean is the divine, and then we're that little droplet within us, and that little droplet of essence of divine. So within us is a divine self, within a physical body that's experienced life. So it's a bit double, because there's that part of us that I think always questioned, it can't be just black and white, it has to be something different. It's not just about paying the payments, making sure things, the ends meet. And it can be very frustrating when you're going through difficult times, can't it? And you see, we learn from every experience. In my lifetime, I haven't had it easy in my lifetime. I've had my ups and downs. And I went back once, and I just went back through all the different parts of my life and contemplated what was I learning from that. I found out that parents do their best, but they didn't get a qualification to do the job, right? They didn't get the book that said, this is how you're going to bring up this child. This one's a bit sensitive, likes to be out of the box, and you have trouble catching them when they try to run away. You don't get that when a child is born, do you? So parents do their best. And I think these days it's quite important to know that most children grow up with some sort of trauma, because life sometimes has traumatic experiences. But you see, parents do their best, and yet we learn from what they believe. Don't put your finger in that hot oven. So what do? You put your finger in, you burn yourself, and you learn. I told you not to do it. And so you're learning from the experience. We've got like a soul expression inside of us that believes it can move, and it can move into greater spaces, and it's not just the body but it's somewhere else. So we have this experience going on inside of us, that there's more to us than what our physical body is just showing us, and more to us than what we are experiencing within this lifetime. A self that is quite strong. A self that is really can overcome problems. And some of you may have in your life experienced difficult times and went to sleep and thought, oh, tomorrow will be better. I know I have. And learnt from the thing about the body, the self, and resilience to what's going on around us. And so our expression changes, our consciousness changes, our experiences changes. We become savvy, more savvy in life, don't we? We become more, we know, we've seen this before, we know how to deal with it. So we evolve in this lifetime. So when we go back to where we were, that childlike nature, believed in magic, ran up the stairs. Now we're like, just take my time to get up the stairs now. The evolution can pay its toll, can't it? I remember, before, when it's time, it's time to wake up. I used to spring out of bed, run downstairs to have your breakfast. Now it's like, God. Evolution physically, we feel it all. We feel it all. And then, we'll walk down the stairs, shall we? Let's walk down the stairs. We take our time because we've earned it. We've earned it. Something evolved physically within us. We've earned the privilege of being able to take our time. We've even earned the privilege to have those afternoon naps, recharge moments. There's quite a modern term for it, power naps. I'm just having a power nap. No, you're not having a sleep. No, I'm having a power nap. It's new. And you see, as we evolve, and what was mentioned also was Carl Jung. He looked at the personalities. Our personalities evolve. How we deal with things evolve as well. And in life, sometimes we can look at things and say, I wish it would go quicker. I wish it would all come my way. We'd like to have that. We'd like to have it all now. We'd like to have those experiences now. If I had all the money now, then I could have a nice, quiet, comfortable life. Then wouldn't that be good if we were all had enough and with a nice, quiet life? I know years ago, when I was younger, my daughter said to me, wouldn't it be good if we could just gather up all the money from the world, put it into one bank, and then just share it out, and everyone would have enough. So, that would be lovely. Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be really good if we could, and we could be there for each other, helping us? It would be a beautiful picture to paint. But it isn't, because we have politics and we have things that go in life. We have the two world wars that have happened, and we have the things going on at the moment that we probably don't agree with, and things that take us out of our balance of who we are into something else that we're not. And so sometimes you can find yourself in situations where you feel, I don't really like being this, I don't really like hearing this. But these bad things that happen in life, sometimes we can see them on the news and we're like, that should never happen. But on a global scale, when it's been seen by many, many people can say, that should never happen. So many people learn, not just from that experience, but from the self. Who am I? What is my experience? What would I bring to the world? So this evolution of self becomes more conscious. What would I like to bring to the world? What would I like to do to bring about change in this world? Maybe when you're younger you try to say, they should have been doing it differently. You're too younger. No one listens to you. when you're younger and you're having your inspiration or you're trying to share it. But when you get older, you have then the ability to share things and people will listen. And then it's time where you can share it. You could share it on modern technology, like my telephone, where I put my notes down on. But you see, modern technology, you could share it on Facebook. What I like about modern technology, I could show you this, it just doesn't work when I touch it, so I could. But other things can happen as well. So when we think about your life experiences, your knowledge, what's made you who you are, what's created you, your experiences have made you the good person you are today. The things that have been good for you and not good for you, and you probably would have liked to have done without, have still moulded you to be the good person you are today. That person that really is going to be here for someone else. Most people that are compassionate for other people have had some form of problems within their life that they've had to come. It felt like walking up a mountain. It felt like really having to do that. But also in life, there's crazy things. It's like you see on the news and you see like people suddenly becoming astronauts because they've got loads of money and they go up there and they're wearing all those snazzy astronaut costumes and you think, why? How much did that cost? Couldn't they have given that to charity? These things are in this evolution of self. It happens to us all. And yet this movement within inside of ourselves, we suddenly become aware of not only you, your life, but we become aware of you, your spirit. So getting older, you notice that your body is, different. And you notice that things change, that you're taking a slower pace and things. And yet within you, you go on this self-discovery quest and you find that there's a spirit within you that is indestructible. And so there's trying to find balance between the indestructible self and the balance between the fragile self. And so you've got to nurture the fragile self and yet know that you are an indestructible self that will never die. A self that will always continue, that is bigger than your body, that is bigger than this room, that is connected to all things. And the more that we learn about quantum physics and the more that we learn about that science is catching up and they learn about that everything is energy and our universe is energy and we are here and we are elements of the universe itself. They can find it within our DNA. They can find it within the elements of our body. So really we are the universe, and yet we are in a fragile body that needs to be taken care of sometimes, doesn't it? It's amazing, but it's also finding the balance. So I like to see in the way of, we always have that moment in life as spiritualists, and we always have that moment in life as a spiritual person, or I would say, we're really all investigators of life. Like mediums connect to the spirit world and they're trying to bring proof of afterlife. We should be bringing proof of life, because a lot of us are just caught up in the mundane same old and put the telly on and let's hope that tomorrow, and we end up going not expressing ourselves the way we could. That's that magic within you, your voice. And if I was to look at each and every one of you, which I am, and if I was to look at you right in the eyes and say, there's a book in each and every one of you, and yet it will never be written unless you believe. There's a song in each and every one of you, but it will never be sung unless you sing it. And there's a crazy warped sense of humour in some of you, and that's all right as well. and it needs to be expressed. Because we've got a spirit droplet that's in our body that's come to this life to experience life. And then we've got to go back and say, I was there and I had this experience on life, and this is my proof that life exists. What did you do? I sat behind the telly, was on Facebook, went on TikTok, zoned out. Oh, it doesn't sound like very much experience, does it? Or would you like to investigate your own spirit and to see where your spirit goes? The moment in life that I'm talking about, has everyone seen The Matrix, where Neo's there, the character is there, and suddenly he's like, oh my God, it's not just this, everything's energy, and he starts to wake up. Have you seen it? Yeah. I thought it was a brilliant moment where he realises that in his spirit there's more greatness in him than he could ever imagine. And people could see it in him, but he couldn't see it in himself. How many times is that you, where people can see your talent in you, and yet you don't acknowledge it yourself? It happens, doesn't it? It really does. So it's starting to believe that spirit. We get to that moment of believing the spirit of self, the eternal self, the self that is indestructible, that self that will never die, that self that challenges the black and white things in life from that. It's not just black and white. It's not just the same old. Life is a continuum of energy and experience that will always change, like a river running down a mountain. If a rock fell into that river, the river doesn't go, oh my God, I need to stress out, I can't handle this. The river goes around it, over it. It's not bothered, it keeps flowing. That's life. Ever evolving, ever experiencing. And what happened in the past in our life, we might go, oh, well, that wasn't good. But on the other hand, you are the evolution of that. You are not the past. And you are certainly not the past ideas of what you used to have. The ideas of yesterday are oh so yesterday. Today is a new day. Today is a day where even yesterday we went to sleep. All your cells regenerated themselves, so you're not even physically the same person as you was yesterday. Your cells have changed. So there has been that river movement. And yet you wake up and do the same old in the morning, and maybe have the same ideas, negative ideas or constrictive ideas. And yet constrictive ideas, mostly when you psychologically look at them, they're from the past experiences. You know, and those past experiences they're not going to change the way that we steer our course in life. Those past experiences we've learnt from. Today is the day that we continue that river, over that boulder, around it and down. That's what we do. Because we have the ability to change the course of our life. And the inspiration, I said, one of the abilities we have is the presence that we have. To really just be here. To step in and become. Like many times most of us say, oh yeah, I'm really spiritual when I go to here, or when I do my mediumship, or when I go to church, or when I do that. And then the rest of the time you're like, okay, same old, and just forget about that. But why don't you take the spirit with you and be aware of the presence of that soul energy, spirit of who you are? Because then you'll be bringing a presence and a healing to the world around us. And to share your voice, to share your inspirations, to share your creativity. And for me, put it outside of the box, because I would love to put, sometimes I think canvases are not big enough for real creativity, is it?
No, they're not. But you see, when you can start to believe in that part of you that can achieve anything, we're moving into that part of our lives. We say, oh yeah, I'm sure I can achieve everything. But still, you need to give yourself that coaching session from, can I do it? Yes, I can do it. I can do it. And that is how it works. So we have the vulnerable self, we have the eternal self, and the eternal self is screaming out for change and for you to change and just to express and bring that proof of life. And then Neo had his superpowers, didn't he? You've seen the film, haven't you?
Yeah.
You haven't seen the film. Have you seen the film? He had superpowers. It's a bit quiet here, isn't it? But he had his superpowers. And so he had that self-discovery. Oh, I can do more than what I thought I could. So we're just coming to that point in the talk where I like to do a bit of interaction with you, and because I don't want you falling asleep. So, all right, he's awake. He's all right. He's awake now. Right, but you see, and that's also, isn't that lovely? You know, the moment of, we all have it, those moments of needing a little break, recharge, and you're back. I wasn't asleep, I was thinking. That's what my granddad used to say. I was contemplating life and the universe. I said, oh, really? Yes. I said, oh, and I believed him. So, I would like you all to stand up, for those of you that can stand up. For those that you can't, that's fine, because you can imagine what I'm going to tell you. So you've all entered my new academy now, the Academy of Superheroes. And what I want you to do is to imagine suddenly you've joined the X-Men. I don't know if you've seen the one that's all rubbery, the guy that it's super rubbery, he can do anything. Fantastic Four, that's it, the Fantastic Four. And the rubbery guy, he can do anything. It's like his arms go all over the place. Well, I thought he was pretty amazing, but what is your superpower? We might find out today. So, if you just now bear with me and just put your hand out like that, pointing this way. And now stand with your feet shoulder width apart. And then just go round and point somewhere on the wall behind you, or behind you, and just keep an eye on how far you can come and say, right, that's where I am, and then come back. Once you've got your point, so that's as far as I can go, then you know. Yeah? Okay. You've done it? Yeah. Now come back to the centre. Now I want you just to close your eyes. You've suddenly become a member of the Fantastic Four. You've got your kit on, you've got like the the lovely lycra stuff on, and you're in the Fantastic Four, and you can see you've suddenly become that rubber. You've got that rubber ability within your bones, within your body, within yourself. You can see that you're becoming more flexible within your body, and you are that rubber man. And now see in your mind's eye that you're doing the same exercise in your mind's eye, not in reality, but you're seeing yourself pointing out, doing the same exercise, moving your arm around, and you're going right around, and you're rubber, and your column is rubber, your muscles are rubber, and you can see that you can go a lot further, like you're going miles round. And that amazing possibility of being able to have this superpower of rubberness. Okay, I'd like you to open your eyes. Now put your hand out and go around and see how far you can get. Did you notice a change?
Yes. Went a lot
Further. I was like, well, I thought I was only there the first time, and I was there the second. I was like,
Yeah.
ooh, feeling a bit.
So there was a change.
There was a change.
Use your brand instead.
So you can all sit down again. Thank you. So, you see, one of our superpowers is the ability to have control over our own bodies. If we can see it within our minds and we can imagine it, we can create it. And so if we have this ability, which we've just done, to see ourselves more flexible than we ever could be, then yes, we can do that yoga lesson, no problem, because we've suddenly become more flexible than we could ever imagine. It's a case of if we see it within our mind and we can believe it, we can create it and manifest it within our physical body and our cells. Now, I mentioned about the cells because the memory in the cells is the pain from yesterday. That's one of that. I didn't mention that, but I mentioned they hold memory of thoughts and difficulties from yesterday. And those thoughts and difficulties of yesterday can be held within ourselves. But when we start to see and envision ourselves, and you can do that now, envisioning yourself as being more healthy, more flexible, seeing yourself in the light, in a healthy experience, experiencing yourself as being 100% healthy, 100% perfect, and just experiencing that in your mind. And as you open your eyes, you'll start to feel maybe the energy is different, you're feeling different, there's something different where you're feeling that this is something good. Now, I've noticed and observed people, and you might observe that in your neighbour, that they end up getting more colour in their cheeks because their blood has started to go better than that. You can have a look at your neighbour, see whether their cheeks are more rosy, more red, their eyes are more sparkly than what they were before. So you see, you're tapping into the creativity and manifestation of yourself through the eyes of your mind and spirit. And so we have different gifts or superpowers, not only the one that's flexible. If you were to see it in your mind, it could be a possibility. If you were going to see a book that could be written, it could be a possibility. If you were to write down in your phone that you can't get into anymore all the notes about your talk and just can't get into it, but you saw it in your mind and believed it, and then it would happen, you see. There was a miracle that happened the other day. My superpower is bringing cars back to life. I did it last night after a demonstration. There was someone, they had a car, they tried it, nothing worked, lights, everything, it was dead. It did not even a click, not even nothing, it was totally dead. I said, I'll have a look at it, I'll give it a magic touch. And I was only having a bit of jest, but I thought maybe if I look at it, something might happen. So I got in the car, put it in it, and all I did was put it into first, turn the key, and it started. And she was like, oh my God, it's a miracle. Said, I found a new superpower, I found a new talent. I bring cars back to life. I don't just bring evidence from the spirit world, I bring cars back as well. And you see, and it was just maybe that inkling of a joke, or that inkling of an idea that maybe if I touch it, it will work. Maybe. So if maybe can create a possibility, what can maybe do in your life? What would be your superpower? What would be your magical powers? Because when we go back to a child that they said, no, you can't go backwards climbing up that slide. You did it anyway, you could. I flew down the stairs, it was painful. But for the moment that I flew as a child, I did it. Because I used to have these dreams where I could fly. And I also had other dreams, but which were about a world where there were no boundaries, and a world where we were all connected, a world where we all had a say in things, and a world where we all felt comfortable, and it was full of love. And I was only a child at the time, and John Lennon was playing that Imagine on the radio, and I was dreaming that I was that dreamer. I was that dreamer. And back then, people didn't listen to my knowledge, because it's like, you're only 5 years old, what are you talking about? But I said, when I get older, people will listen. Maybe I'll create a little bit of change. I'd like to think that that this creates change in your life. Because when we think about the talents that you could have, or the superpowers that you could have, I think love and compassion is one of the biggest ones we can ever have within our life. And love, it can extend boundaries. I think they've measured the coherence of the heart, that it can change your brain and it can change your physiology within your body, and that if you're emanating that love expression, it can be picked up in the spirit world as well. And that's a long, long, long way away. And yet that's in the universe somewhere that can join us on that bridge of love. And yet we see ourselves as separate and individual, but with the superpower of love, you can be connected with no boundaries and yet individual at the same time. And so when we look at self-expression, and when we look at the possibilities in you, and there may be limiting things within your life that you say, this limits me, but I've seen some amazing things happen. Like internet can be a bit distracting, but sometimes I've seen some people, I've seen a guy with no arms and no legs surfing, and I'm like, how does he do it? He believed he could do it, and he could do it. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know what I would be like in that situation, but I'd like to believe that I'd be just as inspirational as him. So when you think about your superpower, we know now that you can manifest flexibility. Imagine manifesting something in your life for others. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? I'm hearing build it, they will come, and I say, why am I going to speak about build it and they will come? But it is a saying from somewhere, isn't it?
Field of dreams.
Fields of dream, build it and they will come. And you see, that's it. If you believe in something and you start to do it, it might be built in pen to paper. A year ago, I could go on for an hour. A year ago, I had a TIA. I had to learn to walk again. I had to learn to remember again. I had to learn to let go of everything and not be able to do what I could do. And I had to let go of all my spiritual work and all my other work as well. And yet I had to learn to go through this journey of finding myself again. And the only thing that kept me going was that belief. Because the echo in my soul and the echo in the divine was, oh, you're all right, you're just going to need tablets, you'll end up in hospital for a week, it might take a while to recover, but you'll get there in the end and it will all work out all right. And I had to believe that message that I heard, and yet step by step I grew. Step by step I healed. And every moment I took from contemplation and frustration, I took that time within me to feel it, to express it, to let it be, and to accept it as a part of my healing journey. I had to learn to be humble, very humble, because life can be very humbling when something like that happens. And then I learned step by step, if I can envision it, I can see it, I can believe it, I can do it. And one thing that I never believed in was my ability to write. And so in that period, I started writing, but I couldn't write because I couldn't think properly. So I was speaking and someone was writing the bits on paper. And in me, I was thinking, oh, I don't know what this is going to be. And I spoke some more, and a little bit more got written down. And now I'm 1.5 years further, and I'm writing it myself. And I never would have thought I could write again. I never even believed in the possibility of doing that. So even I had to walk the talk that I'm talking today to achieve. And so the book is getting completed step by step, just like we walk through our lives. But I had to come from a very far to believe step by step that I'd get here today, and that I could stand here and energetically do my work again. And it was my belief and my superpower of being able to see it and believe it that made it happen. And believing in the message that Spirit would say, oh, don't worry, you'll be all right. And yet, sometimes life gives you, lemons, and you're like, I'll make lemonade with it. And I'm like, well, I don't really feel it. You'd like to have it differently. But you see how if I can do it, then you can do it. If I can go through a process like that, then anyone can do it. Because I came from a place also where I wouldn't stand up in a group like this because I dare not speak. I was the speaker with no voice. And yet, through learning, going to circles, practicing, saying the prayers, maybe doing a little introduction, step by step, believing, following that spirit and soul's emanation, telling me you can do it. And now has brought me here to this moment today to be able to share this with all of you. This message of believe in you, your spirit, and your superpower. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I'm so glad you've come through that and have been with us this weekend. Who's got any questions or comments for Jason as we have a few minutes? Anything you'd like to ask or share?
I just want to say thank you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
I enjoyed it.
bless. Oh, thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah.
There's that lovely thing that said, if you can see it and believe it, you can achieve it.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't
And
that
it really
lovely?
is, for all areas of our life.
Yeah,
For all areas of our life.
yeah.
Anyone else?
Very inspirational.
Yeah?
And true. We know it was true.
Yeah.
Lovely.
You could feel it. Yeah. Oh,
Resonates.
thank you.
Super.
It's nice when it resonates, isn't it?
Jason, thank you. Do you feel like, as in with mediumship, development of mediumship, that all of awareness of all of our senses are important? Do you feel like it's the same also for developing your own superpowers and your purpose and driving forward?
That's a lot of information. Could we take that step by step?
Sorry, yes. Whereas in developing mediumship, we go through a lot of development where we get in touch with senses of
Yeah.
ourselves, all of our senses, and we work on that. Do you think that being aware of all of our senses is quite important for the superpower?
Well, yes, I do, and I believe that some of us will call ourselves mediums and some of us won't. I believe that everyone has the ability to open up to their senses and to be able to have an experience. So when you see the six senses, I believe them in themselves are a part of our superpower, you see. For we've all been given the gift of the same chakra system, we've all been given the gift of the same energy possibilities, and we've all been given the gift of the DNA and blood that are in our body. So the elements are there for everybody, not just someone that's developing. I'm sure that the six senses are probably, or developing what you're speaking about, is a part of your journey that could open up to possibilities. And it's like opening up to what you can see. If you can envision it, it will happen. Like if you're really good at seeing with your senses, then you can create that. But even if you're not really good at seeing and you envision a possibility, you can create that superpower in yourself, that possibility. We're all very flexible now, aren't we? Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Thank you.
And you're talking to the right person because she teaches yoga, so she's very
Does she?
flexible.
Well, put this to the test, right? And see if it assists in any way in what you do. And envision it and see what happens.
I
You
do
see.
always actually say to my yoga clients, when they're struggling, I always say we imagine ourselves there.
Mm.
So when we're going to do something, we don't think like, I've got to get there, I've got to get there. It goes through this middle bit, and I'm not very good at that bit. I would say just imagine yourself there.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Without thinking.
So there you go, see? Yeah, so that helps. That helps. Yeah.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, Jason.
Thank you, everyone.
So we're having about a 10-minute break back here at 2:30 when the lovely Stephen Mager is going to give us a talk. Do you need the flip chart board? You don't need your right? Cool.
It's all right. Spiritualism is what happens when you take both pills.
Yes. Yeah.
What are you talking about today then? Technology.
Oh, really?
We are already that technology. It's just our technology is coming through.
It's like
telepathy.
You don't need to telephone to talk to someone there.
All it's doing is pointing us to what's already there, but it's still quite fascinating.
Which I believe is like anything else, but I believe it.
And also trying to sort of figure out what the next
Yeah,
step is.
literally. But it's just amazing because I was thinking,
The reason I asked is because I'm going to have to bug off. I'm going to stop and cat here, so I will watch it. I will watch it. See you again soon.
Yeah, I better.
yeah.
Got things to do, haven't we?
Yeah.
I said to Stephen, I'll watch his later.
Like the car.
It's a shame because he's talking about technology.
That was so funny. I told you. I
And
was
I
like, you're a
don't.
miracle.
And then like
Oh,
you just said, I
one.
just said, you could use telepathy instead of our phones, but people choose not to.
Yeah, you were like,
We're
maybe
all
if I just give
capable
it a
of
go,
that.
yeah.
You don't need a
The
phone
weirdest
to
thing
talk
was
to
she
someone.
tried to start it. It wasn't even like trying.
It's just whether you believe it or not.
Completely dead, like flat.
Well,
So,
I think it's easier when
got
the
magic
is
touch.
live.
Well, yeah.
We found things
But just not with
easier.
telephones. I need something
So,
else. Telephones
it's a
are
shame, I'd
computers.
like to.
If I touch them, they just.
Never mind. It is for a reason.
No, that's probably
I've got things to do.
It won't work when I need it.
No, no, we'll do.
Like, well, I would
Yeah,
want to
no,
look
well,
at the
I
notes.
said
Yeah, that's great. Be like, nope.
No, you're not looking at your notes. How are you? You enjoy it?
Yeah, you had the ultimate dog treat there.
I did that.
Okay, so I'll see you.
Oh well, yes, yeah, tonight. Yeah, Tony's not there tonight.
Oh, is she?
No, because it's her husband's birthday. So it's Linda, one of the twin ladies, that's going to speak
I
it.
wonder if it's the one I ate.
Well, I don't know what I call that minister.
You don't know what, you don't tell you what I said.
No, but I mean,
I can tell.
I'm gonna,
you're not banished from the
Look,
church,
look.
are you?
Do you know, I was going to tell you what I said, because I don't know why I said it. As soon as I said it, I said, that wasn't it. I said, they'd let you out of the zoo now.
Oh, just out of the blue like
Yes.
that.
Are you telling me what I said?
I don't know, because you don't know her that well.
No.
And
No, I don't.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's got, if that doesn't mean it, it's got to mean something to her. It meant nothing to me, I said it. I got a clue what I said.
Here we are. I presume you're not.
Yeah, I better go. Nice to meet you. I'd like to stay to listen to the rest, but shop shut at 4. It's Sunday, things to do.
Bank holiday here.
Yes.
Our bank holiday is next week.
That's interesting. It's,
It is, isn't it?
that's a bit weird, isn't it? 'Cause it's Whitson, isn't it? This one is Whitson. And that's always...
Well, we can't look at some of the
Yeah. Because it's kind of...
the first.
It's the last... I don't know, because ours is the last Sunday of May. Right. It's probably some religious thing, I would imagine, isn't it? That's got to, well, Whitsunday, isn't it?
Hang on, I'll go through them. It's the ancestors. See why they're making us do that.
Yeah, well, exactly. It must be recent. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah.
Are you going there?
Yeah, I like to listen to Stephen, but I listen to I'll watch it in a week. You know, I'll watch it again. Otherwise, shops are shut at 4, things to do. It's all done so for me. I'll get a Tesco. I'm getting me pork belly or something.
Believe me,
It's good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's your dad.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
I knew I'd find out. Yeah, I used to work well.
Yeah,
I used to work well.
I think we're
Yeah.
always go.
I asked about it. Yeah, I'm on advantage now.
Yeah, well, that's the other part.
Yeah, I do miss my dad.
someone said something last night about
I
don't count just who's there for you. You might think friends on it's good, but assuming that you've got more.
It is. I mean, and so they're all
Yeah. People that I think come through a situation. And it's really
I keep hiding.
enjoy your own.
You come from Germany, right?
yeah.
Right, it's not Germany.
Pop up there. Let's go outside. Do something.
Yeah, well, I'm actually born in Scotland and lived in England all the
I was
time.
going to say, if you,
Oh, thank
well,
you.
let me say you come from Germany.
Is it
You come
really
from,
good?
no,
It cost me, you know.
I thought
It's got quite a few issues.
He speaks too good of English.
Yes, otherwise, so it's straight around with the
Ah,
doctor.
so you-
But that is
So you, where was you from?
after our first time, he's got somewhere where he has a twitch
So
or
you've got
something.
Scottish blood in you as well then.
I
So
have,
that's to do
yeah.
with his brain and
And a
his.
bit of Irish, that's where I get very
Yeah,
Very,
got some
very,
education.
Yeah, I'll leave you to your talk now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there you
You
go.
hop all the time.
Did you?
Don't know what to say.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Beautiful place.
Come on then, Matt, you take me for a week. Yeah.
Northwest from
Are you?
my mum's still.
Yeah. She?
Yeah, all of our family were up. Certainly my mum down. One of my sisters lives in Germany.
Really?
Oh, God.
Well, Germany's a start, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got a he's coming back.
No, it's milk here.
Yeah. I've been out there for a holiday. We'd like to take I do, yeah, I like it because it's a village and I like the way, I like the village and so it's just, quite nice. Nature and come out whenever anyone asks me to do scripture work. Come back to Spanish.
See,
In the nursing, looking after people with Alzheimer's and dementia. So you're sensitive to in the work there as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask if
I tend to feel lots of people need this. It's like, oh, they need this, oh no, they don't need this. Tend to be quick or reacting or something, you feel the anger.
Yeah.
If someone's feeling like you need a bit of calmness and end up feeling your energy.
That's what I find most important.
There's always a reason.
Yes, there is.
I'll go with you.
Shake the cold. Did you get the book?
Not yet, I will. I will.
Good.
You won't do it for another
Don't make it personal.
12.
Everyone's left because you come up. That's fine. I'll give them a minute. I'm just grabbing bits.
I'll be coming for a reading then.
What?
Just going to get a book about palm reading.
All right.
And the lifeline and stuff like that. Yeah.
really nice.
Eh?
My secret's out here. I got on similar status and one of the diaries, and I must admit it's been really invaluable because in the years gone by I always had my diary on my computer, but more and more people ask me when I'm out about things, and so now I have it on both and on my computer and in my bag basically, and yeah, it's been invaluable. So yeah, they're really good quality books.
And that's when you forget to put it from the paper to the electronic. Hi, come in. You going out, darling? I'm back.
Been planning a trip.
Yeah, it's very difficult to maintain personal relationships. You know, really upsetting. You have to take a step back.
Okay. So, we have our third speaker for the afternoon. The wonderful, very nervous Stephen Mager.
Thank you very much. After the lovely talks this morning, we've been sort of listening to different viewpoints, but they're all coming from the same sort of movement, this spiritualist movement that we're all a part of. And listening to Jason talk about the Matrix, I always think that spiritualists took both pills. Because we're kind of living in with both worlds and trying to maintain them. And you know, the technology that we've got today distracts us as much as it fills us with excitement and interest. But specifically looking at spiritualism, it's about a two-way communication between us and our loved ones in the spirit world, and the spirit world in general. But typically we think of prayer and meditation as a one-way communication. You send your petitions to the God force, and then in meditation you receive this impressions. But spiritualism is more of a two-way communication between two minds, very distinctly. Prior to the modern spiritualist movement, people used mesmerism, hypnotism, and it's the only way in which it's going to turn a prince into a frog. Because and you think that was probably pulled off by some very brave witch who managed to convince the prince that he was a frog and told his friends and family he should leave him like that until they paid her or left her alone. I imagine that's where it came from. But mesmerism was used by all the early mediums because it would put you into, and I'm going to try and get the word in one go, a somnambistic state or something. I think that was it. And in that state, the active mind is quietened and the unconscious can come alive. And mediumship was very good and accurate through that method. But it's not necessary. We can see from mediums working on platforms that it's quite a simple process. There's no holotropic breathing needed, although a lot of trance mediums will use these sort of altered states of consciousness. But mesmerism, it showed that within the human body there was a system that could be, for want of a better word, hacked. Just like a computer system can be hacked. And our bodies are these conduits that energy flows through. And technically, your spirit is vibrating all the cells in your body into the very specific order that it's in, which is quite hard to take because sometimes you'd make improvements if you could. But it's all about a vibration. And if we look at life, it's evolved in order of complexity through mineral, vegetable, animal, and we're now at this human stage. And beyond, it's supposed to be the sacred seven. You've got the soul, the spirit, and then the God force. So we're transforming our soul through these different grades of complexity, and we now reside at this human stage, for whatever it is, where we can be aware not only of the world around us, but the world within us as well, in a way that possibly the other animals don't. You could argue many do, but those are typically the ones that are closest to human beings and are sort of taking on some of our humanity. But mediumship is a demonstration that there's something higher about the human spirit, that it's not just this physical form that we are, but there's this invisible realm that we're a part of. And when I came into spiritualism, I was especially excited to experience physical phenomena. And I was reading about it, and it matched some of the experiences I had as a child. So I was very excited to go to my first seance. And in that seance room, there was all this weird paraphernalia that I didn't understand and didn't like. Toys on the floor, the strange trumpet, and a little cabinet with a thin curtain at the end where the medium sat and was then bound by cable ties into the chair to stop any trickery. I will try avoid my thoughts on that because many of them seem to get out of them quite easily. But it was one of the criticisms of spiritualism that the paraphernalia, it evolved over time, but what did it really mean? Trumpets moving around the room and hula hoops and all these things. Where did they come from? How did they get there? In the very early days, we know of the wrappings. And so they seem to come from nowhere or from walls that people would then investigate and find there was no way the wrap was coming from it. But people decided to sort of start bringing in, they'd mostly be sitting around a dinner table. All the plates and dishes would go away after dinner and the family would sit down, usually on quite a nice polished table. And they would sit with the spirit, maybe just have a candle in the middle and turn the lights out. And this was a very simple, sacred space. But people would start to notice phenomena happening. And at some point, someone thought they would put a glass down on the table and put some letters around. And the glass would move, spell out names. So if you think about it, they developed a very basic form of technology for the spirit world to use and communicate with. And its correct name is the talking board. And everyone calls it Ouija board. And it's debatable where the name came from. Apparently it came through a seance, but I prefer to think it was just yes in French and German. Because if they made a board for the European market, it would have those words on it and it would look like Ouija, but it just means yes and yes in French and German. But from that came different iterations, and I can't remember what the company was, but they very successfully brought out a board that they sold alongside other board games. And it became more of a parlour game as well as a form of communication. But there had been talking boards going back much further. The Song dynasty in China, 1100 AD, they used a talking board for many years. What was it called? They called it Fuji, like Mount Fuji, strangely enough. And this is part of the paraphernalia of the seance. And you would also have a table which was quite light, and people would use it for table tipping, and it, again, using a code, would spell out different information. all of these things were coming through the energy of the circle and the energy of the medium. So the need for a medium to be present has always been the case. I'll come to that a little bit later, but we also see in the seance room people leave chalk and little slate boards, because there was a period in spiritualism where if you went to a seance, you were expecting slate writing. This was a very brief period in spiritualist history. And I started sort of trying to look at where these things were coming from and look at the progression of spiritualism over the years. Prior to spiritualism and prior to even mesmerism, the most advanced form of communication was the post office, sending a letter, and this little network would take it around the world. The first one was in Calcutta or Bombay, to send letters back from the East India British Trading Company to Europe. And then post offices started appearing all around England and then across the water in America. And this network of communication was built. And then we discovered electricity and we had the telegraph. And so through electricity you could communicate through invisible forces of light using a code. And so the raps that followed on were very similar to that. It's because the human consciousness was able to understand something to a degree that everyone knew about it. And the Fox sisters knew about the telegraph the same way we know about the space shuttle. I haven't been on one yet, but I kind of get the idea. So it was in the consciousness, and the spirit used that's within us, because it's how we communicate. And we can see the same progression through the telephone and the radio. And if you look at the mediums of the time, the rappings came to an end and people started using different forms of mediumship, including trance and direct voice. That's what the trumpet was for. And although the trumpet could actually be levitated in the room, it somehow amplified the voice that was coming through, a voice that could be recognized by a loved one on earth. We don't see that kind of form of communication now as often as you would like. Physical mediumship is very rare. Now, some people say it's rare because it requires a particular genetic makeup, but it's also rare because we have so much other mediumship that it's not necessary to still have it, but it's still here the same way we still build our houses out of brick and stone. Technically, we're still in the Stone Age, but all these other ages have come as well. And if you look at the frequency, the Stone Age was about 3.5 million years, and we're still in it. The Industrial Iron Age, or the metalworking age, we can go back about 6,000 years, because unfortunately we don't find artefacts older than that because the nature of the metal would degrade. And so we may have had it around for a lot longer, I suspect we have, but the evidence just isn't there. I think the best evidence is signs of metalworking, a foundry 12,000 odd years ago, but that's, from what I was reading, that's debatable. But anyway, we can see the Industrial Revolution, we know when that started, and we can see the progress we've made ever since. And it takes 3 generations for any technology to emerge in the world. And the reason it takes 3 generations, because we take 3 generations to mature. So if you look at the internet, the first iteration of it was in 1969, a project between ARPANET and I think it was Princeton University. And it was specifically the 28th of September 1969. 20 years later, after it had been sort of kept more secretive for national security reasons, it was then allowed to come out into the world, and a gentleman called Tim Berners-Lee gave birth to the World Wide Web. Then if you look 20 years later, we have the birth of the smartphone, and the smartphone got everybody in the world online all at once. You can see most people's Facebook accounts go back to 2009 for that reason. Suddenly the world was online, everyone is on there, and through lockdown I was watching videos from people on YouTube in every single part of the world. There's a YouTuber somewhere with a stick. So we've seen the technology evolve and emerge, but when it came to investigating spiritualism, the Society for Psychical Research used a lot of the current technology they had available to research spiritualism. And we had some very great names like Sir William Crookes, Sir Oliver Lodge, oh God, there's so many names that you could draw up. Most of them had been very sceptical of spiritualism and were trying to protect the public from frauds. And nearly all of them became spiritualists because the experiences they'd had been so prolific that any evidence they had against it couldn't stand up to it. And a lot of those people published books saying so. And very rarely, but occasionally, you would get an investigator who got beleaguered by spiritualism. It wasn't giving them what they wanted, and they would become quite vocal against it. I wonder how many of those would change their minds today, having seen the wealth of evidence that's come and the nature of spiritualism. It's done no harm and a lot of good. So in our investigations, there's several key moments, and one of them's the skull experiment, where in a circle with very profoundly gifted mediums, that they also applied this very strict test conditions and experimented with many devices. And I'll speak about it now because recently whoever's running their Facebook page has started posting a lot of information, so it's well worth looking up. But there's all these devices. But if we go back to the war between Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison, they were both very serious industrialists and scientists, and both of them believed that they had achieved communication with other worlds. Thomas Edison had coined it the spirit phone. Nikola Tesla was more along the lines that he feels he's picking something up from an extraterrestrial source. It didn't sound very human. And during the skull experiment, apparently they had received some information from Thomas Edison about how to reproduce this spirit phone. And there are also Sir William Crookes. He invented the cathode tube, which gave us the old school televisions that we remember, most of us anyway. And so it was believed that you could actually provide a space for the spirit to manifest in that tube. And whether that actually happened or not, there's some strange photos on the internet. I'm not sure. I don't believe they did. And I don't believe they did on moral grounds, because the idea of trapping a spirit there didn't seem right. There were other methods of doing it in the seance. And when they had developed these ideas, the idea of a spirit phone has been picked up again in more recent years. There's a scientist called Gary Schwartz, who's a doctor, and he put all of his scientific knowledge into the seance room. And a very simple experiment he talks about is a light photon detector. And would place it into the seance room, and they would open up and detect the levels of photons, and they would significantly rise, almost doubling. Then they would repeat the experiment without opening the seance in the woo-woo way that we're thinking, and they would detect a lower volume of light particles. So that's a very simple experiment. It doesn't prove beyond doubt, but it raises some serious questions. Where are these light particles coming from? How are they being detected? And so that's just one form. And he's also been working on the spirit phone. And I think for the last 15 years, every single year I've been reading, it'll be out next year. And one of the problems with it is the guarantee of the spirit phone is that anyone can pick up and have a conversation with the afterlife. And one thing I know as a medium, you can't tell the afterlife what to do. They come when they want to come. I know there's a few mediums who go, well, tell me who you want and I'll get them for you. And I don't think it works that way. And one of the main reasons spiritualism suffered in its early days was the very strong argument from other occultists that what we are communicating with is just the shell of your loved one and not the intelligence. I suspect those people didn't feel that love coming from the spirit world like a medium does. That mother-child love, that father-child, that grandfather, that nemesis love that you have. I know what I'm doing. I know that I'm communicating with that genuine intelligence, and I believe they pick up the shells of their lives to communicate with us, even if they've incarnated again on Earth. That's a strange subject, but one that a lot of hypnotherapists will be able to tell you is probably real, because of the experiences they have with their therapies. And so we've seen this sort of emergence of this need to use technology, and I know I'm not really into paranormal investigations, but I know people that are, and they'll take along sound recording equipment, and they'll leave it there, and they'll listen back to it later on. And when they listen back, they can hear voices that no one heard at the time. And a friend of mine, he started an urbex channel on YouTube. He liked going into old buildings that have been abandoned, especially along the coast, all the military places that have been left empty. And they go and film going around. They just made sure did it right and they weren't breaking the law. And my friend had argued with me a lot. We were good friends, but he would pick me up on my spiritualist tendencies and go, "Oh, well, that's just your opinion. You're biased, aren't you?" And I'm like, "No, it's the truth. You must understand." And one day he phones me up. He goes, "We just did a sort of urbex around this property, and him and his friend, one had 2 cameras on him, a GoPro and a body cam, and the other one had a body cam. And the next day when they were going through it, on all 3 devices, they picked up a voice in the same room at the same time saying, 'It's cold in here.' And so it put the scare of God into him. And he phones me up and says, 'Do you want to come along and do it?' And normally I wouldn't have anything to do with these, but because it was him and because I wanted to show him it was what it was, I was like, well, first of all, it wasn't bad. He didn't tell you to leave. He was just telling you it's cold in there. And he's like, and then when we went and had a look at the place, he had been an old farmer, and the place had no heating, and he used to use that room to clean and gut all the pigs, and it needed to be cold in there, so he kept it cold in there. He designed it that way for the slaughter of the animals that he produced. And it was a really nice experience. He drew a line under it in his life, and he moved on from that place, and the place got overtaken by nature. It was actually quite hard to find it, so I used dowsing rods, because even my friend who had been there before, it had been a while, and the overgrowth had taken over, so he wasn't even sure which way to go. So he let me guide with the rods, and it actually took us to the place we needed to go, but via some farm equipment he'd missed on his several journeys there before. So we got more of an idea about the person who had lived there. And again, the use of technology, this was all to put onto the internet, to show everyone, these places before they get turned into something else. It's holding on to relics of the past. So he never took any equipment looking for this, but it happened to him anyway. And so had I taken him along to a church, he might not have been very convinced by himself. But after that experience, I think he prays every day and don't talk to me anymore. But it just shows with all these technologies, we can do our own little experiments. Why shouldn't we receive a recording? So I used to do it. I used to leave the tape running myself, but I don't need convincing, so nothing would happen. But for him, it was really important that it did, and it's changed his outlook on life. Right, before I get too lost. So this electronic voice phenomena, there's a lot of people who are engaging with it, and typically as spiritualists we say, all right, prove it, show us your methods. And there's a very interesting lady in Brazil, and she's working with, it's like a little dome thing, and she's leaving this projector running, and they're not seeing anything during the sitting, and she'll have someone there, and she's connecting with them, and they've probably lost a member of the family. You've got to remember, Brazil's far more open to spiritualism than even England is. It's one of the major religions there, and so they have a very open approach. And she just found herself have this phenomena coming to her, and she's a very simple lady. She tries to explain it as well as she can, bearing in mind it's not her native tongue. And she's been told by her spirit people not to quite explain how she works just yet. And we understand that in spiritualism. Many circles stay closed for a long time. And even the circle that gave us silver birch, that was kept very secretive for a long time. And they only published books from it much later on down the line. And so she's having these amazing things where when they look back at it, they can see the face of the loved one in the projection, but they don't see it when it's actually happening. And so a lot of the evidence we can understand. Sometimes we get a message in a church and it's not until the next day we go, oh my God, That's what they were talking about. And so it's you know, a lot of these investigations, the answer doesn't always come when they want it. It comes much later on. And it doesn't always come through the person they want it either. I want to give a couple of examples of advances in technology. The first one is, we all know Alan Sugar, Lord Sugar to the likes of me. And I mean this with the greatest respect, Lord Sugar. He's a very successful businessman, and he invested in hardware. He wasn't interested in anything else. He wanted a guarantee on his earnings, on his money and his investment. And he owns a company called AMS, Alan Michael Sugar Trading, Amstrad for short. And he was building the hardware for computers because he didn't see where the software was going. So he invested in the hardware, and he's very successful, and he made a lot of money. Then along comes Bill Gates, and suddenly he realised software was where the real money was. But it doesn't mean he made a mistake. He was sticking to his guns, and he was correct, and he made a lot of money. Then along came satellite television, and again, he invested in the hardware, the dishes and the decoders. He wasn't interested in the programming because, well, satellite TV was pretty rubbish then anyway, and to him it was too much of a gamble, but the dishes and the decoders was not a gamble. So he made some good money on that, but along came Rupert Murdoch and made billions. Then, I don't know if anyone remembers, he introduced this landline phone that you could text on as well. It was around Christmas '99 or something like that, just as the third generation of mobile phone came out. So everyone suddenly had a mobile phone, even if it was just for emergencies. And well, as good as his phone was, it wasn't as successful because he didn't see the third generation of mobile phone being so ubiquitous. And I think they changed the way they priced the plans as well, so suddenly you could text for free. So it wasn't a failure. I think he probably broke even on it, but it wasn't the success that it probably should have been. And then, now, I can't find it, but I remember being told this, so take it with a pinch of salt. He was also offered the distribution rights for the iPod. And back in the day when we had MP3s, the iPod was new, snazzy, and it was better looking, but it was also quite expensive. So most people stuck with the cheap MP3s from China. And because of that, again, he thought, okay, well, it's hardware, but it might just be a Christmas fad. So he turned down the distribution rights for the iPod, which we know turned into the iPhone and the iPad. At no point can you say he was a failure or he missed a trick. It's just he was convinced to stick with his idea of hardware and not software. And he was right, correct, and made a lot of money. But because he's very mainstream, very rigid and very good in business, he's not a visionary in the same way Steve Jobs was, or in the same way that other people, or Rupert Murdoch, saw where Sky TV was going to go, knew it was going to be this premium service. So the other example I want to give is Jeremy Clarkson. Has anyone watched Clarkson's Farm? Okay, and so he's new to farming. About 10 years ago, he bought this farm, and every 2 years they've brought out a series following his adventure. And he got the right people around him. He got a good farm manager and good help and advice. But then he decided to get some pigs, and the pigs were going to fertilise the fields as he moved them around, and then there was a good revenue. But you know, he, like any farmer, he was distraught when some of the piglets were lost, and the mother had been rolling over onto the piglets. And everyone understands in farming there's an acceptable natural loss. It's going to happen, it's just nature. And being quite new and sensitive to it, he was very upset. And he said, can't we build like a scaffolding ring that goes around the sty, just enough for the piglets to fit under, but still be close to mum? And so, okay, we'll have a go. No one's ever done this before. And they put it in, and it was so successful. Instead of losing 12%, they only lost 6%. That's half. And suddenly, the person who made it up for him patented it, and it's been rolled out everywhere. So all these people, now today, Jeremy Clarkson's loved by the farming community, because not only for the amount of exposure he's given, but he's contributed to it. He saw something that thousands of years of pig farming had missed. Something so simple. It's called Clarkson's ring. You can look it up. But it just shows that sometimes it's the it's sometimes the outlier. But it's sometimes an outlier that comes in with something new. So it brings me back to spiritualism. You know, we can see where the technology has evolved, and we're now seeing holograms becoming the thing of the future and virtual augmented reality. So I imagine spirit communication is going to find avenues in that direction. But I don't think it's going to come from spiritualists, because the Fox sisters weren't a spiritualist. And many of the people that advanced spiritualism were not spiritualists. They were actually quite against it. But they were presented with something so life-changing, they had to change their mind. And so, I mean, as much as I would love to see it come from within spiritualism, it will probably come from without of it. It will come from somewhere and someone who had no idea that they were about to embark on a strange journey that would find us accepting them as one of us. Poor people. But if we go back to all these forms of communication, they exist because they originated through us. We communicate using invisible forces of light, whether we are aware of it or not. So therefore, all forms of communication through invisible forces of light will come from us. And they will follow all our patterns, just like the generational pattern. There's also an exponential pattern. Like I said, the Stone Age took a very long time to get us to the point where we are. And the next stage that followed metalworking was far quicker in frequency. And so the Industrial Revolution compared to the metalworking age, even quicker than the space age, the digital age. And if we chart it out, it would be a chart that very quickly curved off. And we see our spiritual growth as the same. It takes a very long time for us to finally open our minds, and when we do, things come to us at exponential rate. Our technology is growing at an exponential rate, and your spirit develops at an exponential rate. It takes a very long time to get you to open your eyes, but when you do, things move very quickly. So if we can see all these forms of technologies coming through us, then just our bodies and our spirit is a system that can be hacked using, first of all, breathing techniques. So one of the things I learned from one of the better, probably the best teacher that I've had, is a lovely lady who taught square breathing. It's just draw in for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, out for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, and do that 4 times. It's never not worked brilliantly for me. Every single time it just clears your energy, and it's a way of hacking the system. So we know that we have a system that can be hacked and utilised to our greater effort. And that brings in, meditation is connectivity and networking. We understand that in our computer science because it originated in our inner science. Activation of our light bodies. I hate that terminology, but I know it's true. Like if people are sitting there deep in meditation and you had one of those photon counters, it would increase significantly. This has been studied all over the world with every type of meditator, and the fact that it's not on the news every day doesn't mean it's not true. And it can be measured using these, and I think some of them are actually quite affordable now. So seances can start introducing these, whereas they cost thousands before. I think you can pick one up for about £150. But it's a recognised tool in science. Then that comes, someone mentioned the chakras earlier, and I used to be very against the talk of chakras because you won't find one in a surgical operation. But the rishis who taught the chakras, again, they found a way of hacking the system. And the chakras fit perfectly in harmony with the science of music, colour, frequency and octaves. And so when we use this, it's a way of hacking the system, of vitalising the body through this method of opening yourself up, looking for areas within yourself that might need a bit of work. And so it's a brilliant system that correlates to the systems of the body and the mind and the soul. And then, of course, there's healing. Mesmerism is very much associated with healing and what's called magnetic passes. And many healers in the early days were very powerful. And there's a lot of stigma about it, because in spiritual healing we see it as different to spiritual healing as to magnetic healing. The idea is that in magnetic healing you're giving your own energy and depleting your own, and then the energy you're passing to someone else will be limited. Whereas if you're connected to spirit, that is an unlimited source of healing. And I agree with that in principle, but we still have these electromagnetic fields of our body that's being used by the spirit for that healing. And so through mesmerism we found the reality of these magnetic passes, and through spiritualism we find the reality of spiritual healing, and the two combine themselves automatically to all healers, I'm sure. But that, again, it's a form of technology. It's a form of, we are biological organisms at such an intricate and complexity that it's hard to describe it as a computer or a piece of tech, because that soul in us makes us know that we're a bit more than that. But that also means that we can utilize that understanding. Psychology understands that there's the left brain, the right brain, and the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. Again, it's a system that can be understood and hacked, for want of a better word. But healing also is a great description of the flow of energy. So if we plug a plug into the socket, we know that there's 240 volts, and it comes through a fixed current of energy through the wire, and then it can be utilised in many different ways. So volts, amps, and then watts. The wattage is, you can use a Hoover, or we can charge up a phone, but it's all coming through the same thing, but it needs a transformer at the end of it to depend on what you want to do with it. So whether someone's giving a reading, a demonstration of spirit art, or if they're giving healing, it's coming from the same source, it's coming through you as a conduit, but what you're doing with it is mutable. So in astrology we have cardinal, fixed and mutable energies. It's coming in, that cardinal force, it's rushing in through the socket. That fixed energy is the sort of current that you've built up around you. If you think the wire that it's coming through has to be fit for purpose, if it's got any nicks in it or problems, the voltage is going to be diminished. It could be dangerous. But when it comes to the spiritual work, we as conduits are only going to be able to open to what our minds can be open to. We have to be that open channel for that energy to come through us. And I suppose when you think of the chakras and that cleansing and the shadow work, it's about making sure when that energy does come through you that you've addressed all the parts of you it's going to flow through, because when it gets there it will magnify it. So if you're suffering with a lot of guilt and loss, it's going to help you overcome it, but you need the right tools to do it. And the lady who talked about AA earlier, when I looked at the 12-step program, I just saw a perfect spiritual unfoldment. To draw a line under all the past mistakes, to maybe where needed make apologies to the people who may or may not accept it, so that you could both move on and forgive yourselves. It's a way of hacking the system. It's a way of hacking your spiritual self to bring it out. And we see all these methods, all these self-help guides that are out there where people have discovered their route to doing it and shared it with other people. So we're going through this transformation. We've gone from, mineral, vegetable, animal to human, and humans are evolving into that soul and that spirit, and then whatever godhood looks like. I think we're quite far off from it, but we're definitely somewhere along that path. And one of the criticisms of spiritualism is that the soul is not immortal, and this Stephen Mager's not going to be here in 100 years' time. That's been and gone, done with, but my soul may take on another expression. It may not remember its past life. Like most of us have come here not remembering how we got here. So we're all fascinated with where we're going, but we didn't even know where we came from in the first place. But knowing that that energy pattern and the birth and rebirth cycle is ingrained into our systems, we can go through this life with all the tools and systems hacked and at our disposal, and we can fill our boots with this wonderful world that we've got around us, knowing that when the time comes, we are just going to move on to another state of being, one where we reflect on the life we've had and where we can communicate back with our loved ones. And as great as that sounds, our loved ones can only tell us about their lives. You know, when we're asking about the future to the past, they can't answer those questions because it's not their world. My grandfather can't tell me where the next piece of technology is going to come from because he has no idea. It's our job to do it. And going back to those MP3 players, well, when I was a little boy in single digits, you'd have to go to the video shop and hire the video player with the videos to watch it for the weekend. And there was a war between VHS and Betamax, wasn't there? And all the VCRs, all the VHSs were already taken out, so you got lumped with Betamax, which eventually he lost. But we got back and my parents were trying to plug the VCR in. And I can't quite remember what they had wrong, but they couldn't get it working. And me being about 5 years old, fixed it in a few seconds because I somehow knew what to do with the newfangled remote control. I didn't know how to do it. I was just born with the ability to operate this thing. And I was about 15 years ago talking to my nephew, and I had this MP3 player and I couldn't get it to switch on. I was holding the power button, wouldn't come on. I'd replaced the battery, didn't seem to be working. And he went, "Don't be silly, Uncle Steve, you've got to press the button 5 times, haven't you?" And I'm like, well, where does it say that? Well, everyone knows that, silly. Something had changed since I was a kid. And he knew this at 4 or 5 years old, and I didn't, because I'm now old to him. And so it just shows that the next generation comes in fully prepared for the technology that's coming. And as we lose our ability to operate the technology, we have to let go of it because it's not our world anymore, it's theirs. And all we can do is guide them in the right way, knowing that they are better than us. They're more prepared for the world that's coming than we ever will be. Our time has been fruitful, but you know, we've got to take part in one of the greatest moments in the history of humanity, and I just hope that our children have the same feeling and the same reverence, because whatever's coming, they're going to be the ones forwarding what's new and what's different that we'll never understand. So I want to sort of finish by reminding us all that despite the problems we have, we can look at ourselves as a hackable piece of technology that will enlighten us and evolve us. Last night I was watching this, was following this page that I'm on Facebook, and it's all about Kundalini energy. And this poor lady, I don't know who her teacher is, but she put an X-ray of her spine. She's got cerebral palsy and the base of her spine is all folded over. And she's like, well, I know that I'm not going to reach enlightenment in this lifetime because I need my spine to be straight for that to happen. And I'm like, it hurt like being punched in the gut myself. Who told you that? Who told Stephen Hawkins he'd be dead in 5 years and he lived another 50? Do you know what I mean? It's like, your physical body is not you. You are the soul and the spirit that for a while resides in that body, can use it and abuse it. There's no need to have a healthy corpse. Do you know? I know that's really bad advice, but yeah. we just have a very, very short time on this planet. In the grand scheme of things, our lives are very short, so we need to make them as fulfilled as possible. And with all the technology we've got at our disposal, I mean, you think the Fox sisters, how impressive it was to put a stamp on a piece of paper and put it in a red box at the end of the road, and to have a response come back from the other side of the world just 2 weeks later. And now we have instant gratification. We video call someone in in Australia, face to face with very little delay. It's incredible. Apparently, the President Nixon spoke to the guys on the moon on Christmas Day, and I'm still trying to get signal with my phone outside. But it just shows that we've been progressing hand in hand with that technology, because we're all progressing. You know, you don't have to have any technology with you, and you will be born more advanced and ready for whatever the current climate is. So the Fox sisters were very humble young girls with, you know, a very marginal education, living in what at the time was quite a sort of reasonable home. But most of us would look at it and go, oh God, poor people, and they all slept in the same room, and you know, it was a different time. And we look now at there's that saying, strong men create good times create weak men create bad times, and bad times create strong men and women. Women are always strong, they have to be, because we get weak. But that just shows the cycles will fulfill themselves over and over again. In spiritualism, we go back to these pioneers. Most of them were dead against spiritualism, and after exhausting every possible argument against it, they finally said, okay. The Society for Psychical Research, they were quite biased against spiritualism for a while, despite the fact that many spiritualists took part. The science was very biased on both sides. So whenever someone presented their evidence, the weight of opposition was overwhelming. So only the very best science will get past that barrier, and we have 180 years of it. But despite all of that, none of that really matters anymore. We're in the luxurious position where not only have we proven it, and not only is it legal, we could be left to enjoy it unobstructed. There are countries just over the shores in Europe, and especially in Asia, where we dare not mention we are spiritualist. It's not accepted all around the world like it is here. So while we're here and while we have this technology, I say fill your boots and enjoy it. Communicate with as many people, like-minded or otherwise, as you can, because one day they might switch it all off, and when they do, we'll suddenly realise that we can still communicate that way. We can still communicate, and I just want to finish on a series of podcasts called the Telepathy Tapes, where a lady, I don't know quite her background, but she was working with children with, mostly they didn't speak, they were called non-speakers of varying degrees. And these children, when they did, have these teachers who were very close to them, the teachers would suddenly realise they were being communicated telepathically with this child, and mention it to the parents, and the parents would say, yes, but I was too scared to mention anything because I don't want my child being taken off of me because everyone thinks I'm mental. And so it took a while for this to emerge, but this lady found more and more. These children speak about these rooms that they go to where other non-speakers are there, and someone would be allowed to teach them. And they're having this invisible conversation with other people who are on Earth, and they talk about this mound. It's a mound of energy, and someone's allowed to stand on this mound and speak and talk to them, and they would learn from them. And there was divine protection over this mound. Out the mouths of babes, there was this divine protection that only those who were worthy could be stood at this mound and speak. And you had to find your way there. And so even some of the non-speakers who weren't very nice, who felt very bitter about their position, they could never enter into these conversations. They could never go to this mound. It's well worth listening, the Telepathy Tapes. I think there's about 12 episodes. But they were asked, one question they were asked is, so what binds everything? How is it all possible? And they said love, and they said, okay, well, what is love then? And they all gave the exact same answer worldwide. Love is anything that doesn't divide. So, our technology has brought us together. It hasn't divided us. Spiritualism, despite all the arguments that can happen internally, brings us together. It doesn't divide us. In 180 years, it hasn't caused any harm. It's only caused good. And you can look at our technology and point to all the places it's done harm, then you're missing the point. It's done so much good that I used to reject technology. I hate it. I don't like being around too much EMF frequencies, but I wouldn't give it away because it's one of the best things we could have. And when it's gone, and we'd regret it. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you. Any questions?
Really good. Any questions?
Can I just ask, when we go to the spirit world, how do we find out about our past lives? Is there a way of finding out?
I don't know. I think that's my experience, and from reading what I have, they say that someone who is more spiritually advanced will be aware of their past lives when they incarnate. And I think that we're on a big group evolution, and you just have to look how many people are on the planet now compared to a few hundred years ago. There's a heavy investment in human life on Earth at the moment, and we can't quite tell why. But I think with the movement as we see it worldwide, people are engaging in past life study and recall. Now, it was common knowledge 2,000 years ago. If you read the story of Jesus talking to his disciples, and they want to know whether or not he's the Messiah, because in the prophecy, the Messiah is supposed to be preceded by Elijah. Elijah is supposed to return first and make the way for the Messiah. So Jesus was asked, are you the Messiah or are you Elijah coming to clear the way for him? And he said, no, he already came in the form of John the Baptist, and you rejected him like you'll reject me. He didn't correct them and say, no, reincarnation's not real, past lives aren't real, be quiet. He corrected them on the detail, but not the principle. So it was just common knowledge that we reincarnate then. They didn't even need to address it. You know, that's why I didn't need a book in the Bible, because it's like everyone just knew, you know, that birth and rebirth. But it was only those who have had more spiritual experience, and I try to avoid that. There are more advanced souls and less advanced souls, but we can see that in people's personalities. There are some people that are very fresh to the world, and some souls that seem to have been here for a long time. They're very bitter as well. But I think that we're all starting to investigate that more now. I've had loads and loads of past life experiences in my life, but I can't prove them. So spiritualist churches has been a place you couldn't really talk about it. Now that the science has been done, you've got the University of Virginia, about 8 years ago, they released a 50-year study into reincarnation. So then you marry that up with the ancient texts. Now, it says in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, exactly 49 days from death to taking on the incarnation in a new womb. I'm not sure about that. That's not my experience. My experience is that your loved ones are still attached to you through love for as long as it takes for them to move on and let go of that connection. I don't think it's unhealthy, you know, but if you were so close to someone and they wait for you to come over before they can let go of their earthly attachment, you know, because if you say that to a Buddhist, they go, oh, earthly attachment's no good. Well, it's a loving one, you know, so the jury's out whether it's this way or that way. But I think more people are starting to use hypnotherapy to go through their past lives. I read the books by Dolores Cannon, mostly around They Walk with Jesus and Jesus and the Essenes. I kind of bailed out when she started getting into the alien agenda. I just don't want to go down that route. But through reading that, you get a perspective that there is no time or space, that it felt like she was genuinely having a conversation with someone 2,000 years in the past. And so even though we've got this idea about a line of past lives, I don't think we're prepared for the bigger picture that goes with it to understand it. So are we having the dreams of a guide and we're mistaking them for our own past lives? Are we picking up on someone else's? You know, we don't have the ability to understand it quite as we do with mediumship, because it's still emerging. But I do honestly think that all of us, in our dreams, we have these memories that aren't our own, and some of them are probably the past lives. I know that in past life studies, a lot of people who have had immediate reincarnations, young children who can remember their name, rank and serial number of the person they were when they died. One young man, only about 9 years old, he knew the name, the plane and the exact location where his plane went down in a Japanese harbour, and his parents took him out there and they found it. Even the dredgers in the harbour didn't discover it. So it's like that child is proof that one mind can remember their life and the next. But beyond that, I think it gets a bit cloudy and sketchy. But I've had some incredible experiences where I'll just know I've been there before.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Perhaps it's children who remember better because they're so near to the previous life. But as we get older, we lose.
Yeah. Was that? I don't know. Unfortunately, it was Russell Brand, but he said this amazing thing. He was waiting outside of school for the kids to come out, and this child ran past him. There's a little girl, and she ran over to a pram with a baby in it, and she went, "Oh, can you tell me what heaven's like? Because I'm starting to forget." You know, out of the mouths of children, isn't it? Yeah.
Stephen, could I ask, do you think that where you mentioned in the talk about technology possibly finding spirit connections outside of spiritualism through some sort of invention, do you think it might be found by accident through something like these brain chips that Brian Johnson and Elon Musk developing, because they're going to be in individuals that, where the AI could be almost influenced by the individual?
I think the fears around that are dismissing how amazing the human spirit really is, because AI can only grow. It can become more clever than the waking mind, but I don't think if something creates something else, that thing can't overtake its creator. That's like the arrogance of Nietzsche saying God is dead and we killed him. You know, clearly that wasn't true. The world carried on, but it was an idea that we've dismissed the possibility. I think AI, if it is an implant in the mind, I mean, people hated the post box when it was first brought into the village. All right, I'll tell this story. I read it in a paper somewhere. It was this old lady who lived in this house near the post office, and she was adamant they could not close the post office. They're not taking that post box away. That's been there 200 years. But 200 years previously, when it had been installed, the same lady who lived in the same house, well, a different lady, but the same nature of her, was demanding that Lucifer not come to town. It was the devil who was going to bring problems. Outsiders are going to come and use and abuse it. But the same character, the same personality, in the same home 200 years later is fighting to keep it. And I think spiritualism, I imagine when the telephone and the radio and the TV were invented, they thought it was going to be the end of the churches. And you could say the same about the internet now. Everyone can do these online circles, Zoom, but we're all still here in the flesh. You know, it's like the Stone Age is still here. The churches are still here. And somehow it will integrate. You can still go to the cinema. If you get into a car and turn the radio on, it's the same DJs playing the same music. It didn't go anywhere. The only thing that's changed are the prizes. Have you heard the radio lately? It's like £100,000 prize in a day. And that's because so many people are listening to the radio. They can do these competitions. And like I said, the cinema's still open, even though we've all got Netflix, Amazon Prime, and somehow it's going to just integrate and life will carry on. We'll still have a physical existence, and we'll wonder what we were worried about, you know. I mean, I used to be quite anti-5G and everything, but then I thought, well, we managed with 3G and 4G, and I'm relatively healthy. Again, we only get 70 plus years, so, you know, just fill your boots and enjoy it. And when it does come, all our worst fears will be just that. You know, everyone was petrified of the technology as it came along. My friend's from Bulgaria, and he said he was laughing because I was having a similar conversation. And about 15 years ago, their grandmother, who had always lived in the same house, she'd gone into hospital for a few days and she had an operation. So all the sons got together and got an electrician and put lights in her house, an electric cooker, stuff. She'd been adamant, no, I'm happy with my fire. Do not do that to my house. I don't want Lucifer in town. And they thought they were doing her a favour. When she got back and they turned the lights on, she went, oh, I'm ready to go now. Right, so it was like, it was this, oh, I'm scared of it, I don't like it, I don't want it. But I think AI is going to be just the same. It's somehow, I don't really want a chip in my brain, and I certainly don't want to have one, otherwise I can't do this, that or the other. But I think our fears are just that, and they're easily dismissed once it gets here. And again, it's, the Fox sisters could not conceive of a smartphone. And even when I was sort of playing on my Game Boy, I didn't realise, I couldn't have dreamed how it was going to turn into a phone. And if you look at Star Trek or any of these science fiction films where they were trying to envisage the future, none of them had a smartphone. You know, it's like, it was unexpected. You know, even Alan Sugar didn't see it coming. So, yeah.
I do get a bit worried when I walk into a room and everyone is on a mobile phone and no one's talking to one another.
Just go over and turn the router on and off without anyone knowing.
Yeah, that's always a good one.
Can I just ask something? I don't know if it's relevant. So, I had a medium say here in the back about a robin, and I didn't know what she was about. And then just the other day, so I don't know if it's a spiritual experience or what, but just the other day, it was on the fence outside and the wind had stopped. Then I moved forward a bit with my shopping because I was struggling with it. And it jumped to the next fence, then the next fence, then it went on the floor in front of me, right? And then I went to get something out of my bag to give it, like some nuts or something. And it then just flew, but instead of flying away, it literally flew so close to my ear that I could hear its wings, and even still now, I can hear its wings. And I automatically remembered what that lady had said about it being my granddad, and I took that on board. I've even got a photo of it on my phone, and I don't know, you know, it's hard for me to know if that was, I believe there was my granddad.
Well, I mean, I would have dismissed that years ago,
Yeah.
right? But I've seen it so many times, especially with a robin and a granddad. I don't know why, but grandfathers love to use. And I would have easily dismissed it, but I can't because I've seen it too many times.
Yeah.
And it's like the white feather, you know.
Yeah,
it's like
seen that
I've
all
found a white feather and I've literally taken my jacket off and just checked everywhere. This isn't down. Where's that? And it can't have been from the pillows. There's no way that feather could have got in there. But I still don't want to accept it.
I got one in a closed garage,
Yeah.
and I got my garage closed.
And it's just happened so many times that now I'm like, okay, you know, I'm not going to grab every single white feather and keep it forever. But I would have dismissed it years ago. But I've had too many experiences that tell me that that's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
And the robin as well. It just seems to be the most perfect. I think it's always a grandfather or grandmother. You know what I mean? Someone very close.
Yeah, I just thought it was good because, like he said about that, I wasn't looking for it, I forgot about it, and then that happened. And acceptance, you know, I've got a massive thing for acceptance at the moment, so yeah, I just thought I'd share that again.
Thank you. Right, we're going to have 5 minutes. Stephen, thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Stephen.
That was really good. Really good. And then we're going to finish off the day with Mark. Yay! Oh, hello.
Getting the ball out.
That was really good. Well done. No, thank you. It was bloody excellent. Thank you.
Sure. Oh, well, I'll just keep following you.
Keep following me just in case.
And then you want to lift it up, right? So if I lift it up,
How does it
and then
do
there's
its
legs
thing
on it.
then?
You see the clip?
Bicycle?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no.
no, that's the bit you don't want to do. That doesn't matter. We can do that in a minute. Look at that. It just landed on my foot and it managed to.
Oh, well done.
So it can. So
Oh, I see. It's that.
Yeah, this is this little. Yeah. So if I lift it up,
Yeah.
hang on.
If I put my foot on the bottom, that's it. That's fine.
And then there's another that will extend with that. Look at that way.
Oh, that's incredibly large. Move back, but never mind.
We can always put it here.
No, I'll put it here.
Okay, mate.
Fine. Right.
And then this will just clip back on. Yeah. There we go, sir.
What was that for?
So that was just at the bottom. Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, it's not that.
Well, it goes here, so it sits on the top. Just that bit. So you can. So if you want a straight line and draw a straight line.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to get like I need a.
Oh, it's far too.
And you can have a
technical.
set square and a protractor and all that stuff.
Mine's nothing like that. Right.
It's a bit like a.
Don't use the permanent
What's it
pen.
board? You know, like a. If you're drawing houses and stuff, one of those boards.
Whiteboard dry erase. Whiteboard dry erase.
So if we go, I think we'll put the engine on working with him. And when I came back, jumped in the car, there's really quite a feather like that, just under the seat.
Was it?
Yeah.
Time we start this.
5 minutes ago. No, 5 minutes. We're going to just have a few minutes. Yeah.
Need anything?
I'm fine, thank you, but I'm fine. Chat to you afterwards. I've got a few things that you need to be told. Yeah. To be sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Intriguing me now.
All be intrigued.
Got me
I'm
excited.
going to hold you in the mystery.
You got me.
hour.
You got me excited now.
Yeah, I was just like, I got home, I thought, oh God, it could have turned out so differently. Could have been at 3 o'clock, you know.
Yeah, 3 a.m. getting home with the
Yeah. Towing the car.
Towing your car. Yeah, literally Jason spoke about that earlier in his speech.
Oh, look,
He
that's
was,
on the YouTube, yeah.
I don't think they recorded the afternoon days, but I don't know.
I was watching, I just had, when I got in earlier, I happened to put my Facebook on and it came up and there you
Oh, I know. Well, I wasn't expecting it.
Oh, weren't you?
No.
I thought you knew you were going to
No, I rocked up and I was like, right, here's your order of service, go on. I was like, I'm not ready for this. I knew I was going to be introducing all the speakers.
That's right, I thought you said you were doing something, so.
Basically, I'm not sure what happened, but Stephen was running late.
Ah.
And at that point, then no one knew where he was and if he was okay. So basically, Laurie's like, "Oh, can you cover the chairing?" So I did that. But my dad was here.
Oh, of course, yes.
So my dad was watching.
Did he? Oh, he didn't stay for the afternoon. Then?
No, my brother came to me
Ah.
at 12:30, and they went for lunch because my brother's off that already.
Right.
So they went for lunch. But yeah. So I was like, oh my god, you know, it's like I'm not doing like last minute changes. So I was like, oh my god, like I wasn't ready for this.
Who was it you high-fived down there? Was that your dad? You came down here.
I don't
saw
know.
the back of someone's head, and you went like that, you know. I'm
Did I?
Yeah.
Maybe it was Ash. Was that
Ah,
Ash?
possibly, because I did see him walk past actually. Yeah, possibly.
Was it front row?
Yeah.
No, it was Ash.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't even remember doing that. I was so nervous.
I was so nervous. Blank.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get some water.
Yes, I need to actually.
Oh yeah, it was Ash. Yeah, because I said I'm chairing, and he's like, yeah. That's a car. Yeah, it said like that was already. I was like,
step away for a minute. Yeah, that. This is the power in a clearer room. People say, oh shit, it's coming and they run.
Between the Tic Tacs and those fish You ready? I've made sure I've not got the permanent pen. I've done that on my own board at home.
Where shall we sit?
Sit wherever you want, sweet.
You know what, mate? You know what? No.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the, not the penultimate, the ultimate, the last,
the zenith.
The zenith.
Zenith, eh?
Or it could be the nadir, depending on which way you look at it.
It's the alpha.
You know the old saying about save the best till last?
Never mind.
Yeah, well, we did it the other way round today.
We saved the last till best.
Sorry, am I interrupting you? I do apologise. So, we have the wonderful Mark for our final speaker.
Thank you. Super. So, yes. So we have heard today now, like, what I want you to understand is none of the speakers were given a subject or a theme to talk about. And those of you that were at the trance demo last night will know how what was talked about in the trance demo has been reflected in the talks that were not shared. And that all of the talks today have been the evolution of the mediumistic and the mystical experience, the evolution of yourself and your spiritual power, the wonderful talk of the evolution of technology, and lots of things that Stephen was talking about. I thought, right, I want to talk about physical mediumship and phenomena because it's one of my favourite things to talk about. But my talk is going to be a talk where you're going to have to be getting involved because I want a practical. And what I wanted to do was bring together how you go from here within aspects of development, of things that have been talked about, not only in the talks, but in the address this morning by our different mediums. Because we have to look and make awareness, sensitivity, spirituality practical, that we can put it in place. And so what I'm going to try and do in the short period of time we have together is to give you some ideas about the mind, as Stephen was talking about, these wonderful hacks, if you like, but the techniques and some of the thoughts that hopefully might free up that power within you. Maybe look at it in a slightly different way so that your mind can become a little freer, that your experience can start to grow a little and maybe in a different way. And one of the things that I always talk to with everyone, and we heard it this morning, and you'll have to forgive my writing, I should have been a doctor. All energy. This comment, all energy follows thought. So in other words, when we said this morning, that's a T going off the edge of my board. All energy follows thought. When you think of something, you put it into motion, into action, into manifestation. Therefore, every thought will end up having an effect within this world. Every thought that you have that you think is private to yourself is having an effect in the world. When Jason was talking about, what do you say about yourself, and Susan was saying about, how do you believe yourself? Why do you give yourself a tough time? Can all of you remember, those of you who remember, some mothers do have them. And Frank Spencer, and what did he used to say? Every day, in every way, I get better and better. Now, everybody laughed and joked about that. Okay? I'm going to do you a whole scheme of impressions today, just to finish off the afternoon with the laughter and anyway. Oh, Betty. I need my barrow. But that phrase, every day in every way, life gets better and better, was a scientifically tested phrase by a chap called Emile Coué. And he was a doctor, and he wanted to, at the time again, when we're talking about these technological advances, he wanted to see how the mind affected the body's recovery. And so he took a group of patients that had had surgery in one ward and treated them as they normally would be post-surgery. And he had another set of patients who he then got to use every day in every way. My life or my health gets better and better. And he made them repeat them over and over again, these affirmations. And he noticed a dramatic improvement in recovery and longevity in the ones that use that phrase. And so he started to talk about autosuggestion, which is part of the mesmerism movement, really, but became this idea of affirmations. Yeah? So have you all here heard of affirmations? Okay, so we think, I love myself the way I am, there's nothing I have to change, I am wonderful, I am powerful. And often we use those kind of affirmations. But you need to realise that every thought becomes an affirmation. There's never enough time becomes an affirmation, that you never find the time. I can't do that. Can't be bothered. I can't see it happening. I can't. Or I would love to, and here we go, this is one that's often, I would love to, but. And what comes after the but negates the manifestation at the beginning. So when we look at mediumistic development and awareness, the first thing you've got to do is look at what you're saying. I meet people and they go, oh, I'm not a medium, I'm just a healer. Everything is healing. You're not just a. You are a medium. You are a healer. You are psychic. This is all part of what you are. Listen to what's been said today. Everything that is out there is in here. As Susan said, as above, so below. As within, so without. That power is there. So when you start talking about yourself, your mediumship, listen to what you're saying. Change your language. I have people that when I used to do a lot of courses, I had people come on an auric viewing course. I can't see auras. I said, well, you've wasted your money then, haven't you? If you're going to hold to, I can't see. So what do we have to do? We have to start saying, I can see energies, I can see auras, I can see... And you keep saying it again and again and again in your mind. So that your mind, you're planting the seeds that then start to sprout the ability. Now, I'm not going to go massively into the science side, but our brains, our minds are amazing. We take in millions of pieces of information a second, millions. But we can only be conscious of about 15 things a second. Now, you might think that sounds really odd, but if you're listening to me now and you've got peripheral vision, but you're not paying attention to everything here, you're paying attention to what you can hear and what you're feeling and the cup in your hand, or there'll be something. A lot of what's going on is in that subconscious. It's processed out. So if you imagine, and I didn't get an A and R either, just so you know. If you imagine that the majority of experiences that come through our senses, so what we can see, what we can smell, what we can taste, what we feel through the body, what we can hear, that's an ear, by the way, just in case you're wondering. A lot of this information gets filtered out because we can't process it all. How many of you get up and you think, well, I'm going to put my favourite perfume on, and my favourite after, and you go, and then about 10 minutes later you go, oh, I can't smell it. So everyone else then is marinated in it. But it's because the initial experience of being aware of it, you no longer need to be aware of it. You might live near a railway track or an airport, and whenever anyone comes and visits your house to, oh God, how can you live with that noise? And you go, what noise? Because you've learned how to tune it out. It gets thrown in the basket of the mind, the waste paper basket of the mind. So as we're thinking about things, it's where we focus our attention that will bring about the growth in awareness. It was said earlier with the senses, and Deb asked the question about the psychic senses. Mediumship and psychic awareness is part of the psychic faculty. It's not a spiritual gift. And I say that not to degrade it, but to make you understand that it's a function of the natural part of who we are. We are sacred. We are spiritual, as we've talked about today. But it's important to realise it's inherent. Now, interestingly, something I've read only just recently is when it comes to, say, for instance, seeing auric fields, there are people who have the experience of they're quadrachromatic, which means rather than seeing the 3 primary colour rods in the eye, they have a 4th, which means they are more susceptible to seeing colours and auras more than other people. So there's a superpower that's an adaptation of the body, like where some people have colourblind issues, they have less receptors in the eye. So there's a genetic thing that's there. But the mind is going to lead the experience. So these things that we sort of throw away in the waste paper basket because we've been told it's not important, this kind of stuff starts at childhood. A kid goes, Mummy, Mummy, there's a man at the top of the stairs. And the parent goes up and goes, don't be so silly, there's nobody there. And a child is talked out of seeing spirit. You teach a child colours. What colour's that? Green. What colour's that? Purple. Unless they're colourblind, obviously that's going to change the subject. That's red. So when they go to draw what they're seeing, and they draw Mummy's face in blue with green hair, we go, no, no, no. Mummy's face is pink and Mummy's hair is brown. How do we know we're not training that child out of seeing auric fields? Because they haven't learnt to process it out. It's there. Just like that lovely expression, you know, remind me what heaven looks like because I'm forgetting. It's that same thing. The natural ability, if it is allowed to be there, will grow. So when you're thinking about your mediumship, it's where we're paying attention, where we're focusing our energy when we're developing, and how we talk about it, how we engage with it. You know, this is where when we're sitting, we have to look at, are there fears about the spirit world? And I really feel that your biggest issue is dealing with your own fears, whatever they may be. Because whatever you believe, you're going to create. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to create, you know, and draw to you from out there a problem. But if you have a fear, remember when I said earlier about the lady who, you know, no matter where we took her, there was a bad experience because in her mind, everything was bad in life. That's that principle. No matter how good life is going, someone's going to ruin it. So when we look at development, we should be removing fear. We should be removing doubt. We should be talking positively about our experiences and our feelings. We should be embracing and coming to know, just as the other speakers have said today, you are spirit, you are great, you are infinite. You are infinite. The body is just the shell. The body is the vehicle. It's the car you're driving. And at some point, the car gets knackered, you step out and carry on the journey. So once you start to realise that this power that you are is infinite, You know, people talk about the auric field. Oh yes, I feel the auric field. What we're talking about is the closest energy to the body. But your reach, the reach of your spirit, like Sue said this morning, the drop in the ocean, but that one drop feels everything. And our awareness is only going to be limited by us. The spirit world can do all amazing things, but if your mind chooses to limit it, they can only work with what you give them. You know, the spirit world once said to my mentor, Glyn, he was sitting and he was talking about the difficulties of communication. And they said, you know, it is you who puts the ball and chain around your own ankle and limits your ability, not us. It's by your ideas, your thoughts, your preconceived notions that stop us. You know, how many times do we say about something, it's hard? Oh, it's hard. Or you say, you know, come up and do some mediumship. Oh, I'll try. Get rid of that word. This word is now banned for the future. No try. I'm going to be Yoda now. There is no try. Only do, if you remember Yoda. However, for me, everything about our mediumship is to allow. It's what we will allow to happen. We will allow ourselves to become aware of the other world. We're not going to try. Try implies two things. It'll work or it'll fail. And when it comes to our work with the other world know what we're here to do. You know, you have people that say, well, what if I get on a platform and no one's there from the spirit world? It's the biggest joke of spiritualism. Is there anybody there? There's so many people there. The fact is, the only reason you won't be aware of someone being there is you're fearful there won't be. And your fear will manifest in your experience. So as we go to work, and we were talking about this as demonstrators the other night, you know, sometimes we go, you know, have we prepared? Have we planned? And Jason and I were saying, well, we get little strands of things that come in, but we haven't planned because upstairs has planned. Upstairs knows. The spirit world, no, I don't mean upstairs him, upstairs in the flat. Upstairs the spirit world know.
But I do know.
But he does know. That's why these cameras are here. They're not just for streaming the service. He's listening to all of you when you're in this church thinking he doesn't know. But we allow the experience to come. We allow this experience. You know, people want to come and say, look at trance states, where we have to learn to surrender, which is part of allowing, isn't it? We're going to let go. But when we surrender, what do we have to do? Let go of control. We have to allow ourselves to let the spirit influence affect us more. So if we say, you know, and let's be honest, we are all control monkeys at heart because we are wired that way. We have to be in control. We have to be able to stay on top of things. You know, this is why, you know, some people, well, I don't like alcohol because it makes me feel like I'm losing control, or I don't like substances because it feels like I'm losing control, you know, and that's understandable. But when we're asking for an experience to come, to then start to go, yeah, but I'm not going to let it happen, which is natural, because there's a part of us that's hardwired to respond to things we don't understand in the amygdala. The fight or flight response. How many times have you been aware of that response happening in life because you think any minute now, Mariella this morning's like, fight or flight, I'm going to run. And she didn't. She stayed and she did marvellously. But how often is there an experience where we feel that adrenaline get ready? We feel the heart rate elevate. We feel the mind starting to single-pointed focus like, I've got to do something. That can happen when you're sitting for development. Because as you sit and start to surrender, and depending on how your mind is, what can start to happen is as the spirit world draw close and new experiences start to happen, the hardwiring of your amygdala goes, oh, what's this? Do I need to run? And so the heartbeat elevates, and the breathing starts to change, and you think, oh my God, I'm going to have a heart attack. Oh my God, what's going on here? Oh, something bad must be happening because I'm having this response. And it's not. It's just this hardwired that's nothing to do with the conscious mind starting to say, do I need to run? Do I need to escape? So when you're sitting, if you sit and you suddenly notice these changes happening, don't go, oh my God, there must be something bad about to happen because the fear and the adrenaline are building. Just say to your mind, all energy follows thought, be calm, be still, it's okay. Stephen talked about the holotropic breathing. Trance is one of my favourite subjects, and always has been since I was much younger. And you see people who years into their trance do this. So these are people that have been doing it donkey's years. And it's like this fight and this struggle, and you're going, oh my God. You know, and it literally is like, you know, you're imagining someone pulling and pushing, trying to get in or out the body. But trance, like mediumship and healing, is just this gentle blending when we realise that is a hangover from initial stages of not surrendering to the struggle. But in the mind of the medium, oh, this is what you have to go through to do trance. No, not at all. And the minute you point it out to someone, they may or may not like it, and I have to say there's a few people that haven't thanked me for pointing it out, but I'm going to give my view or my opinion. What they do with it is up to them. But the minute you say to them, actually, you don't need to do any of that, because that's your mind going, oh, I've got to struggle. Why are you struggling? You've invited them to come and work. Why are you fighting the very thing you're asking to happen? And what's happening is it's not they're struggling with you, you're struggling with yourself. You're struggling with yourself. Let it go. If you want to do this, think about it. The other world have got it all in hand. You know, people say to me, and again, everyone's opinion is valid, except some people. And everyone's opinion is valid. But think of where it stems from. Stuff that stems from fear is often other people's opinions and misunderstandings. You talked about that love, the kids, the telepathy tapes. Everything is about love. I know from my point of view, and this is my point of view, and I think Jason and I, we had a little bit of an alignment on this earlier on. I have never, ever, ever, in all my years of working, ever encountered a negative or evil spirit messing about with my mediumship. Ever. And in my mind, here's the logic why. If there is the divine force, if there are guides and helpers that are watching over us, and if my grandmother, who would batter the living daylights of anyone who would not do anything bad to me, if they are not in control of this, then why do I want to even be involved? To me, it makes no sense. However, if someone has a belief that there's going to be a problem because of negative spirits or negative influences, and it may not even be that there is a discarnate negative spirit at all affecting them, but it can come from within their own mind, and it can come from within their own. Our minds are powerful. We've discussed that a lot today, and it's brilliant that we have, because whatever you start to imagine, you're going to start seeing in the world. So have you ever thought that people are talking about you? And you think, you know, do you know, I know she said this, but I know what she meant, she really meant. That's your imagination, and that's your mind often. It's our own little bits of paranoia. And the problem is that when that takes hold, we can become obsessive with it, rather than going, do you know what? I am loved, I am safe, I am protected. And if you want to use prayers and things for protection, that's fine. But realise that the biggest focus of all of this is what you choose to think and believe. If you believe that you're protected, because it's the very nature of your light, your energy and your power, all energy follows the thought. If you believe that you are vulnerable, all energy follows thought. So how you approach your sitting, you know, how you approach your work. Oh, you've got to do this. If you don't shut down your chakras, you're going to have a leaky flap. Are you? you know, and Stephen, I know, is talking so lovely about the chakras, and Jason and Susan talking about all the different history. But we have to understand that Westernization has taken and bastardized Eastern practices for a quick fix. The chakric system and the information and the understanding and the overlaying to the anatomy and physiology, physical, mental, spiritual, is remarkable. But how many people in this room have been told, if you've got to communicate with the spirit world, you've got to open up your chakras first? Yeah, that happens. That used to happen a lot. Used to happen. Oh, I can't. You'd say to someone, "Oh, can you get up on platform? The medium hasn't." Well, it's going to take me half an hour because I've got to open my chakras first. And I was always the kid that asked why, and I said, "Hang on a minute. How do people that don't even believe in the spirit world wouldn't even know a chakra if it came up and hit them in the face? How can they see the spirit world and experience the spirit world if they haven't opened and closed all of these things?" And the misunderstanding of opening and closing in itself is the meditation of opening and closing the lotus flowers. You're not opening and closing the chakra, not in reality. It's always functioning like every cell in your body, like every organ in your body. It's functioning. If we believe, and I don't mean we should disbelieve, if you believe in what the yogis say, these energy centres feed vital life force into the body to not just the breath keeps you alive, but the chakric energy keeps you alive. So therefore, if your heart chakra was blocked and didn't function, you'd be dead. It may be sluggish, problematic, or it may be overly excitable, and as a result we might have things like high blood pressure, or we might have low blood pressure and keep dipping out every 5 minutes in life. But it will resonate with what's going on. So when we look at the mediumship, if we think that we're having to go through lots and lots of rituals, we're overcomplicating it, because one of the things that's often difficult to accept, and we talked about this, I'm hoping I can spell it right, simplicity. And Susan talked about it so beautifully this morning, about being at one with nature and the energy and the power. You know, there's a lot of people who this is just how they are. And when you start to look at the nature of mediumship, it should be as simple as a thought. Not opening, not closing, not doing. None of the ritual is not a problem, but don't make it a crutch, and don't make it a ball and chain around your leg. You know, when you listen, and I've been very lucky to sit and listen to a lot of wonderful mediums who've talked about physical phenomena that just happens while people are just sitting chatting in a living room. That things just happen, and that's just remarkable, with no intention, just an openness. And you see, what we tend to do is start to demand in our unfoldment. It's got to work this way, it's got to work that way. You know, this medium tells me to do it this way, this medium tells me to do it that way. Find out for you how it works. Yes, listen to them, go away and try it. But you might say, do you know what? That doesn't work for me. But then don't feel guilty that it doesn't work for you. You know? And if a medium goes, oh, well, if it doesn't work for you, you're obviously not advanced enough, go away. What that means is, I don't know how you work, I only know what I know, so actually, I'm sorry, I can't help you, which actually would be a more honest answer. To say, look, maybe I'm not the teacher for you, maybe I'm not the person who's there to work with you. I said it the other night for those that were here at the trance night. Mediumship and unfoldment, because of its changing nature, means that you will find the right teacher at the right time for you. And sometimes there'll be periods in your life when you have no earthly teacher to rely on, and you have to turn to the spirit world. And this is where, for me, the simplicity of things is you are a spirit in the body. So this is not learning how to do something new, this is remembering. You're here to remember the spirit that you are, the superpower that is within you, because it's there. You know, when people say, oh, I've not got a psychic bone in my body, you have, but you've just buried it so deep, or you disengage from it. You know, some people become fearful of their ability. You know, I've met a lot of people over the years who have this predictive ability to see and know things before they happen. And sometimes they're not always the most pleasant of things. So they become frightened and they shut it down. Now, the ability hasn't gone, but it's being pushed into the recesses. You know, so often it'll end up as dreams, because dreams are the only way sometimes the subconscious can communicate. So, you know, some people, you'll hear them talk about things and go, oh, and I don't ever want to see or do that again. And you're sitting there thinking, I wish I could bloody have that experience. I would love to have seen that or felt that or experienced it. And you get a bit of mediumistic envy, because you're seeing someone who naturally has an ability that you'd love to have or you'd love to experience. But the point is, if someone has that experience, it's there within the whole. So the potential is it's there within you to a greater or lesser extent. So to sit and allow this power to come is about letting go to what it is and to come into this simplicity. To sit, not to sit for. You hear people say, oh, I'm sitting for trance. I'm sitting for my mental mediumship. I'm sitting for psychic art. I'm sitting for physical. Just sit for spirit. With no expectation, no demands. And just say, you know, spirit world, here I am. Someone you love is sat here. Come and work with me. Come and touch my awareness in whatever way you can. Show me the way. And that's important. Show me the way. Take me on the journey. Bring the experience that's needed for me. Not what I want, but what you know is important. And to build a relationship with the other world, to get to know who works with you, your guides, helpers, your spirit team that are there, however you want to call them. Because as many people on this journey know, there are times when we have no one to turn to physically to talk about our mediumship. If we're lucky, we have mediumistic friends who are willing to be a listening ear. But a lot of times we may not have circles. There are many people online who will say how lucky you are to have Paul Church to come to have circles and workshops, because they don't. And they'll say, oh, I wish I could come to Paul. I wish we had somewhere like that near me. We don't have any churches. And so these people have got to find, like Sue was saying about, they find their way to a place of peace or healing. They make their altars in their home, their places of spiritual power in the everyday. You know, if we look back at, as Stephen was saying, about war, phenomena and the wartime and the certainty, that became the home. The living room became the sacred space with the little curtain across the alcove. And people sat, because there was no telly. You were lucky, you were rich if you had a radio probably. So there was nothing else to interfere with us but to sit. Nowadays, we have so much stuff, we say we don't have any time. But we're filling our life with stuff that doesn't necessarily matter. We're filling our lives with noise, so we drown out the spirit world's voice, the little inspirations. If you want to have a practice that is going to challenge you, and it will challenge some of you it will drive you off the edge a little bit, is to spend a day in silence. No radio, no music, no TV, no telephone, no conversations with someone else, just pure silence, and be alone with your thoughts. And that's kind of what happened for some people during COVID. They were stopped going out doing their normal stuff, and all of a sudden they're in their own space and they can't always keep 24/7 distraction. And people started to reach out and experience. And so if you can, even if you're not going to spend a whole day, Start spending just a little bit of time with stillness. Oh, hello. Talking about the phenomena. Don't worry.
Sorry.
Phenomena. So you could go and sit in a garden and listen to the sound of birds and even traffic, these sounds, the sounds of life, and just open the awareness to what is there. Because it doesn't matter whether you're in a church or in a circle, the other world is around you. That's what we've really hammered home over this weekend. The other world is present, is around you, is with you. So again, how do we sit? We sit with just a stillness and an intention to be at one with the other world, not trying. You know, not sitting there going, yeah, but what if they don't? That's the doubt and the fear. Get rid of the doubt and the fear. The spirit world knows. The spirit world have been here listening while you've been listening. They know that they want to. Do you ever, you know, if you think about it, if you went over into the spirit world, which you eventually will, we all will, back home, you want to communicate. And as Stephen said, you know, there are times when the spirit world will cooperate with us. And we've done experiments about getting information on specific people. It doesn't always work. It's an experiment after all. But the other world are keen to work with you. And it doesn't matter how long it takes you. It doesn't matter how long it takes. You might say, oh, I've left it too late. See, this is the problem now. I'm old and I've left it too late and I'm never going to have enough time to develop. And there's a wonderful medium, a lady called Evelyn Lloyd. And she was married, she was C of A, and she had like 60 years or something with her husband, childhood sweethearts, married. And she was about 72 when he passed away. And so bereft was she that she wanted to know that that wasn't the end. So at 72, she went into her first spiritualist church and she remained a demonstrating medium till she was 92. So it doesn't matter where you are and when you start, whether you're this high or much older, it doesn't matter. The point is, once you put your feet on the path, there's so much that you can open up to. But realise it doesn't have to be complicated. It can be simple. So what I want to do with you, and it's only very, very short, is I'm going to show you just a gentle way of sitting in the presence of the other world. Very, very simple, very, very gentle. And just know that all that we're doing here is becoming aware of all these wonderful people who are with us here today. The unseen, the unheard, maybe the unnoticed until now. So will you allow me to do that with you, to take you through that? Yeah, okay. Yes. We're not going to worry about putting on music or anything because it's only going to be a short moment.
I'm safe not to run then, yeah?
Don't run, yeah. So all I want you to do, just make yourself comfortable, okay? Sit so that your body can rest and your arms can relax. And all I just want you to do is you close your eyes, is just take your awareness to your breath. And I don't want you to try and change the breath. I want you to just allow the breath to come and to go. Let the breath come in, let the breath go out. And just focus to that breath. Just let the breath lead you. That breath is gentle, it may change, but just let the breath do what it wants to do. And as you're focusing on that breath, just become aware of your body. Just in this moment, as you're sat there, how does your body feel? We're not trying to change your body, just how does it feel? And be aware of the emotion or the feeling that's within you. Again, just observe. We're not changing, we're just observing. Allow yourself to be aware of your emotions. then become aware of your mind. And it doesn't matter whether your mind is busy or still or questioning, active or becoming a little passive. Just observe. What's your mind doing at this moment? How does it feel? And just realise that as you're following this breath now, you're just relaxing a little. You're just letting go of trying to hold on to the outside world. And I want you to be aware that within you is light, the light and energy of your spirit. Now, you may see this, you may feel this, you may just know it to be there as a thought or a belief. But with every breath that you're going to take, I want you to imagine that this light within you is growing, that it's expanding, and it's expanding through your body. And as it's doing that, I want you to know that the light of your own spirit is healing you. Is healing you physically, emotionally, mentally. Your own light, your own healing force from within. And I want you to feel that light expand out beyond the body now. So it's starting to shine out around you, like the glowing of the sun. And I want you to feel, if you can, that sense of just expanding. As if you're moving your awareness out into the room and just feeling a little freer, a little more open to the space around you, not confined by the body. And just do that so that you feel comfortable with it. And I want you now just to send out a thought to the other world, to your friends and loved ones, maybe to your guides and helpers, depends on how you feel comfortable. And just ask for the other world to draw close, to come and blend with you, to help you to be aware of them in whatever way they can. So no limitation, no restriction. And just know that as you've sent out that thought, even before you've finished thinking of it, the other world are now drawing close and blending with your light, your energy. And I just want you to observe what happens. But in that observation, in your mind, speak to the other world. Acknowledge, I feel that, I sense that. Welcome them. Hello. And just sit, just for a while. We're going to sit just for a few minutes as you and the other world are there. And I just want you to say this: Spirit friends, lead me, teach me, guide me. And then just sit. Just do that for a few minutes now. Be aware of any changes. Be aware of anything that comes into your awareness, whether it's a physical sensation, an emotion, a thought, an image, a knowing. And just allow it to be there. Blend with it. Be aware of it. Don't question it. Just know this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm experiencing. As you sit, you can allow a conversation, heart to heart, mind to mind, soul to soul, to unfold. Or you may just wish to sit and bask in the loving energy that comes. The choice is yours. And just know that as this power of the other world, as this power of the divine is touching your awareness, it's nurturing you. It's nurturing your body, your emotions, your mind, your soul. It's nurturing the potential of who you are, the potential of your abilities as a medium, as a healer, as a wonderful human being, a spirit in the body. And although our time has been short, just thank the other world for being with you. No matter how little or how much you've been aware of, just acknowledge, thank you for being here, even if there's uncertainty within you. Thank you for being here. And as you thank the other world, know that you'll come and sit again to blend, to communicate, to connect. Gently feel the other world starting to withdraw. And again, observe what happens. How does it feel as they step back, withdraw, step away? But something within you has been touched and has been changed by the experience. When you feel ready, start to focus back to your breath. Just gently following the breath as you breathe in and following the breath as you breathe out. And allow this breath to bring the awareness back to the body, becoming aware of your body, aware of your arms, your legs, your hands, your feet, gently wiggling your fingers, stretching your toes, just taking your time, becoming aware of the body, aware of sitting in the chair, aware of being back in the room, and only when you feel fully aware of your body, fully aware of the room around you, take a few gentle deep breaths and allow your eyes to open. Just take your time, there's no rush. Gently coming back, focusing to the breath, wiggling your fingers, stretching your toes, bringing yourself back now nice and gently. I know it feels lovely where you've been, but now is the time to come back. Wiggling fingers, stretching toes, aware of the room, a few nice gentle deep breaths, and bring yourself back. Lovely, that's everyone. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah.
Now, did you, and I'm not going to ask necessarily for all of you to tell me, but were you aware of something changing as you asked the other world to come?
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore you know that when you just send out a thought and ask for the presence to be there, the presence is there. We only sat for less than 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes, but something has touched you. Something has changed you and affected you in a way that maybe you can't even put a word to, but something is affecting and touching the awareness. And if you can bring in just a little time each day to sit, and you can change that practice, because it's very easy, you're just imagining the breath and then moving the light and then just inviting. You can do that, following on from Jason's talk. You can actually ask your own spirit to reveal itself to you in that space as well. Because again, you look in the mirror and think this is you. This is just the car, this isn't the driver. This is the car. The driver may be something very different. So to come to know your own spirit, you may want to ask to become aware of the presence that is God or the divine, because sometimes the God word's triggering to a lot of people, because maybe their upbringing. And we had and it's important to come to know the guides. It's important, in my opinion, I'll put that, to come to know the divine, because it's an essential part of unfoldment. Because as we've heard from all of our speakers, we are so much more than just this. We are all of that. And we need to come to know all of that, because all of that is in here. The godlike power within you, the divine power within you, the guiding spirit. Your own spirit is your main guide. Your own spirit is. And you see some people go, oh, well, you know, I just want to talk to dead people. I don't want to deal with God, and I don't want to deal with guides and helpers. Then you're missing out on the point of what we're doing. All you're doing is giving messages. You're not learning to change your life. And maybe you're not even changing the lives of other people. Because through the experience of sitting and coming to know these things, the whole vista of what life is starts to change. And we had a guy that came many, many years ago on a course, and he was a policeman. And when I said at the beginning of the course, now what we're going to do is I want you to come to a personal understanding of God or the divine. This happened. What if I don't want to believe in God? What then? And I said, I'm not telling you have to. I want you to be open to the possibility of finding what God is for you, what the divine is for you on your own terms. And anyway, we did a much longer version of what you've just done, a version of Sitting in the Power, which was about 35 minutes long, 40 minutes long, where there's a lot of time given over to just sit in the power of the other world and the power of your own spirit. And there were things that touched him and affected him that he didn't want to discuss at the time, because you could see it touched an emotional part of him that he wasn't expecting to be touched in that way. And a couple of weeks later, I got an email from PC2014101. So he'd used the works email, so God knows what anyone who was looking at the server would have thought about what he'd written. And he said, "Dear Mark, I have been sitting in the power every day as instructed." And I thought, oh dear, here comes a complaint. And he said, "I sit for half an hour every lunchtime." And he said, "Every time I sit, I see a giant ball of light, a ball of sunshine, and out of it comes an eagle. And this eagle lifts me up, and for the time that I spend in that flight with that eagle, nothing else in the world matters. Thank you for helping me find my God." And I never heard from him again. So whether the eagle took him off, I don't know. But that's all he needed, was to find that certain quality or certain something that was God for him. Development is not about necessarily ending up on a platform or doing readings for the general public at a fair or becoming a professional healer or therapist. Some of the greatest mediums never left their living rooms, but they helped thousands of people. You see, we forget that this journey that we're on, and we've talked about it all weekend, the journey that we're on is to interact with the spirit incarnate and the discarnate and bringing those worlds together. This is the living spirit world embodied. The spirit world isn't out there beyond the stormy clouds. It's here on that subtler vibration, all the things Stephen was talking about, this energy that can be read in the air around us, that we can't see, that we can't feel. I say to people, you know, in this room now, there are television waves, radio waves, amateur radio, hundreds of stations. Can't see them, can't grab them, but you turn on the right piece of equipment and there it is. The spirit world's the same, it's here. We just have to get the equipment in here tuned in correctly. As Stephen was saying, this is our machinery, the mind, the spirit, the energetic body, as you like. It's all here waiting, but we just have to learn how it works for us. Every little piece of machinery, it might be the same piece of machinery, but all the buttons and the knobs are a little bit different. We all have to learn how to work the settings, don't we? But in principle, we all do the same thing, we just have to find out how to fine tune it, how to work with it. So I hope that these things that are here, and these are only just a tiny few ideas, but I want it to free you up to realise that there isn't anything to fear, that we need to do the personal development work on how we talk about ourselves to ourselves, how we talk about our mediumship and our ability. I am, I can, rather than I'd like to but. Or, well, I can't see, I don't feel, I don't. Every time you say it, you won't get any nearer to doing it. You have to learn to say, I am. I hear the spirit world, I see the spirit world, I feel the spirit world and know it to be true. For those of you that maybe are a little further down the pathway in your unfoldment, a wonderful thing you can do, which actually is used in sports training. You hear people talk about shadow boxing or people seeing themselves winning a bike race or a running race. If you want to strengthen the ability in your mind, imagine standing in front of a church full of people and demonstrating. And the demonstration is the best demonstration you've ever done in your life. The names are flowing, the addresses are flowing, the information's flowing. The person sat there going, yes, this is amazing. Do that, because your mind cannot distinguish between what is the real world and what is the imagined world. And it will start to think, my God, I'm a good medium. This is when Stephen said about the matrix and the red and the blue pill and everything. There's the world that our mind recognises as the physical, but it will not distinguish it separately. The spiritual, if we just bring it all in together. You can imagine doing your healing and the power of your healing as a channel, as a conduit, however you want, becoming more and more empowered by the other world. Your readings, your work, your trance work. Because it's all moving through the mind. And if the mind can believe it, it can create it. If you sit there and go, oh God, you know, I've got a feeling this is going to be shocking. Don't be surprised when it is. Your mind has the power. Your mind brings the joy. You have greatness within you. You have ability beyond measure. Harness it. In whatever you do, harness it. All energy follows thought. Go back to that. What am I thinking? What am I saying? What am I doing? Change that, everything changes. So I'll leave those thoughts with you. And are there any questions?
Where can I buy those blue and red pills?
Stephen probably knows someone good who's over something like that. They do a bit of that. Mariella, yeah.
Well, firstly, I just wanted to say it's really, really interesting. I know this happens a lot in spiritualism, but it was literally a couple of days ago I was having a conversation about my mediumship journey, and I was just reflecting on like when I was first starting out, how I would probably subconsciously put blocks on myself and be like, oh right, yeah, I've really got to like, you know, I was like really like putting blocks on myself as like how I would open up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was only just reflecting on it the other day, and I was thinking, oh, it's so funny now because I literally described it like that, like I'm just tuning into like a radio frequency, and it's so much quicker now. But I know that was my own internal block.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it was really interesting that
So
came
you're
up
bringing,
exactly what
you're finding the simplicity.
Yeah.
To just sit there and, you know, oh God, this is too much like hard work. I'm just going to surrender and let it go. Come on then.
Yeah.
And it becomes simpler.
Because I think I read something once and it was saying like spiritual may have even been here, I can't remember, but spiritual communication is the most easy. It should be the most easiest thing for us because it's where we come from and it's how we've always communicated.
Yeah.
We, like you said, we just make it difficult for ourselves. But the question I was going to ask you was, so I've had this thought quite a few times recently on discerning the difference between picking up something psychically that's going to happen or whether you're manifesting it. So for example, like last year I had a car crash and I was getting really vivid thoughts and images of this before it happened on that morning. But afterwards I was like, was I picking up on that psychically or was I almost like manifesting it as it was happening?
It's the chicken and egg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did it come from the thought or were you being warned?
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I think it was a question that was asked last night in the trance about discerning between your own mind and the mind of the other world. It's such a subtle thing that there are things that we naturally dismiss because we think it's our own mind. We think it's our own mind. And this is where we talk about prediction, and we touched on this very briefly about the people that feel uncomfortable when they have predictions of stuff. But sometimes I wonder whether it's our own awareness or the other world, whether there is a foreshadowing to prove that we know more than we know. Oh, go on, Stephen.
I just want to ask quick, would you go back and change it, knowing what you know now?
What do you mean?
If you could, would you be able to go back and not have the accident? Or are you looking back and going, I'm still here, it's all right, I was supposed to have
Yeah,
it?
no, I definitely see that. I was definitely supposed to happen. That
There
was
you go.
definitely quite a pivotal moment
Point.
for me because I felt so, like I crashed at 70 miles an hour and I walked away completely unscathed. I was like, oh my gosh, you know, it's just crazy. But it just really made me reflect on a lot afterwards.
A lot, you know, and I'm not taking the rise out of this moment, but if we were that powerful in manifesting in that stronger way, we joked about winning the lottery and the things that we want. And I think that touching on awareness, you know, one of the things Jason said to me, he said, oh, you get a lot of stuff in song, don't you? And I said, yeah, I do. And in the less than in the last year of his life, whenever I was in the company of Glyn, I kept hearing an ABBA song that would come into my head, which was Our Last Summer, which I know it's a love song, but it was the words. And every time, and someone said to me, you know, oh, Glyn's doing well, and da-da-da. And I said, you know, I don't think he's going to make next summer. And a few people were like, oh, that's very nice. I said, I think I'm being told, so I'm getting ready. They're making sure I'm ready. And he died in May. So he didn't see the next full summer. And so some people might go, oh, I wouldn't want to know. But actually we all know. We know that we're all going to go sooner rather than later for some. And there are moments where there are going to be experiences. Look at the people that had premonitions and didn't get on the Titanic. There's a number of documented cases of it. The amount of people that may not have got on those planes on 9/11. People that were in the midst of the July bombings. I actually met a lady that was in the middle of the July, one of the underground railway coaches, and she was a graphic designer. Australian lady, graphic designer, and she was in the coach right next to the bomber, and she lost both her legs. And when she started her talk, and here it shows this, the power of the mind, and Jason talked about it with like the surfboarding guy with no arms and no legs. She opened her talk by saying, when my legs got blown off, it fulfilled one of my wishes I'd had since I was younger, because my prosthetic legs make me 2 inches taller, and I always wanted to be taller. Now, we're not saying she manifested the bombing. It's a bit of a severe way to go to get 2 inches taller. But what she said was, it's changed the trajectory of her life. And she has become an ambassador for peace as a result, when that was not on her chart, if you like, before this happened. And when we look back, we may say, oh, could I have done something differently, or should I have done, like we talked about this morning in the address. Sometimes there are things that we feel and know, and we push back away and go, don't be silly. That's my mind. That's my awareness. And actually, then after the fact, we go, yeah, I should have listened, or I knew that was going to happen. And these are the things that show that we're interconnected. Remember, that world and our world is one. So we have premonition. We can have great foresight. Gurus and mystics, even in our own movement, our pioneers knew things. You had people like Gordon Higginson who, in the trance state, would predict future events. And often the spirit will do that. We had a conversation about that on our first night together, and we said, the spirit world know what they want to bring us. And sometimes we go, is it me or is it the spirit world? You're part of the spirit world. You're part of it. So when we think, oh, was it me creating? Well, you said it was a pivotal point. And it was a pivotal point you walked away from without a scratch on you. Probably shaken, but certainly not physically harmed. Now, who's to say that moment, and again, we can't prove it either way, who's to say that moment wasn't a fixed point in the pathway for you that was always going to happen? We don't know, we can't say. This is where we can have theories galore in mediumship and spirituality and spiritualism. We have a lot of, oh yes, it was meant to, we talked about it, I think in the trance that came up, about people saying, oh, spirit broke your leg to slow you down. No. But because of that, something else happened, and it proved to you, do certain things differently. And this is where, when we have experiences, we have to just accept, this is what I experienced. I may not know the source. There may be a question mark left over. Well, where was that from? What was that about? How many of you have gone, do you know, Christ, I need to phone so-and-so. I need to phone them. And you phone them and they go, oh my God, thank God you've rung. Now, was it the spirit world telling you? Or was it their energy reaching out across time and space to touch you? Who knows? But the whole point was, you felt the need to call, you called, and they said, God, I was just thinking about you, I don't know what to do. Does it matter how and where? But the very fact it happened and you responded to the inspiration to phone. In our wonderful British weather, how many of you have turned round and gone out the door going, oh, I should take an umbrella, oh no, don't be daft. And you come home sopping wet. You didn't listen. Whether it's your weather guide or your inner weather guide, doesn't matter. The point was, you didn't listen to the inner voice. You didn't listen to the inspiration. What we have to learn to do, exactly the same as we said, in touch with the weather, that Susan was saying, in touch with nature, in touch with ourselves. What am I being made aware of? How am I feeling when I meet people? What am I aware of within their energy? And again, you can have two mediums meet a person, and one of them will go, oh, I really like them, and the other person's like, They've both got sensitivity, but how they perceive is different. And all will remain to be seen. That relationship might be great for one person, but the other person, it may not be a good relationship. So we learn to discern. We learn to trust. Trust, I haven't written on the board, it's a big one. Trust what happens in your experience. Trust it. Okay? But don't, when we say all energy follows thought and then go, oh my God, if I think bad things will happen, you'll see a lot of bad things around you. It won't necessarily always be that it happens to you. You only have to, Laurie said it earlier, you only have to turn on the TV and Christ, you can see as many bad things as you want. But actually, how many of the good things are you missing because you're worrying about looking out for the bad? This is what we have to, again, the thought, where's your mind focusing? Where's your attention? You know, there's a lot. When I went to India, and I know I'm overrunning, sorry Laurie, I'll get off in a second. When I went to India, and again, lots of people talk about transformation experiences. India was such an onslaught to the senses initially for me. I found it overwhelming. I found it actually almost unpleasant in a way, because it was like an overload of emotion. But as I started to go through and travel through there, I started to look and I thought, you know what? There's happiness here with nothing. There are people who have nothing and yet are at peace and happy within what they do. There are people, you know, we saw motorbikes going with a whole family, a dad, a mum, 4 kids, all hanging off each other on one moped or motorbike. And the only person who had a crash helmet on was the dad, because that's now law. Well, the driver has to have a crash helmet. And I said to my tour guide, I said, but, I mean, one skid and the whole family's gone. And he said, if that's what's meant to be. And I was like, my God. But there was this oneness with it is what it is. And to be grateful in the moment, no matter what. And I came back and I looked and I thought, here's me moaning about, I haven't got this or I haven't got that or this or that. And I thought, I am so blessed. And it changed the viewpoint. And so I started just to see that everything was a blessing rather than a lack. Any little thing when you sit is a blessing and a miracle, rather than, oh, it wasn't as good as last time. It's a blessing. If you think the miracle that we're able to touch the other world and speak to our loved ones, speak to the spirit world, to reach out in this world, is remarkable, and yet we make it so commonplace we forget how miraculous it is. But actually, if we could just bring the awesomeness back and go, this morning Laurie went off down to the corner shop and he said, oh, just wait around because there's a delivery coming. And I was just walking around outside with my cup of coffee, kind of just opening the mind to the ether really. And I suddenly went, oh my God, someone's walked into the church. It must have been when I went into the garage to get the water. And when I went back to look, they were gone. And when I thought, who and what did I see? It was Laurie's dad, Joe, in a suit, stood just here in between the doorway. And when he came back and I said, oh, your dad was just there. He's ready for the day. But it was a moment. And I'm not going to turn around and go, nah. I looked again and thought, well, there's nothing else I could have mistook for a tall gentleman in a suit standing there. And it's just like, thank you. Just a moment. In the past, others and myself and others might go, yeah, was it me? Was it my imagination? Let all that go. Everything is your imagination, because that's the faculty that's used to perceive anything in life. Stop thinking imagination means fantasy. It is the reality. It's the subtle. Just open up to the possibility and accept it for what it is. You can still question. Nothing wrong with questioning physical mediumship. I've sat in a lot of good seances and I've sat in a load of fraudulent ones as well. Whether they are knowingly fraudulent is another matter. That's a whole other subject, and he'll kill me if I start talking about that as well. But it's a whole area of debate, because the mind is so powerful. And this is what we have to realise. Study the mind, study the power of the mind, study the power of the spirit, the psychic, the mediumistic. Study it all. Because all of it is relevant. All of it is powerful. Even watch magicians. Penn and Teller. Houdini was a great friend or foe, I don't know whether you call it, of Arthur Conan Doyle. But Houdini said there isn't a lock or handcuffs or anything that you can't get out of. And you mentioned it when you said about it's easy how they get out of secure ties. Of course it is, because there's a way of getting out of them without cutting them. Doesn't mean that it's fraudulent when anyone does get out of them, but it needs to be known that it's not impossible. We have to still be able to question, because we don't want it to become emperor's new clothes. You have to believe because everyone else says it's real. Test it for you. Trust you learn about what's real, discern. And it doesn't matter if everyone says it's black and you say it's white. If that's what it is to you, that's what it is to you. Trust you. Trust your own spirit. Trust that feeling. If it don't feel right, there's a reason why you're feeling that. Trust it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Wonderful finish to the day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Susan, Jason. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, and thank all of you too for being here today. Everybody online, I hope you've enjoyed it and catch up. And yeah, remember tomorrow night we have an evening of experimental mediumship, and that's with Susan, Jason and myself. So we'll be doing things in there like clairsentience, flower sentience and a few other things. So making that connection to the other world slightly different ways than you normally see on the platform. But in the meantime, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Yay!
Like 23 years ago now. Straight afterwards, I was like, it was meant to happen, but just get over it. So really, it ruined my career, it ruined so many things. But right from the word go, it's like, I don't think I'll change it. I know not to change it. This must have been the right thing. And I went and got my car straight away, and 3 days later, just saw that they put the drive in. Just been driving.
Yeah, it's the drive. Yeah, I got the drive. But yeah, it was. That's what I found interesting afterwards was like.